Okay, welcome everyone. Good evening. We're ready to get started our public hearing. What's going on? Welcome back everyone. So welcome to Council Chambers here at City Hall, and those of you throughout the building in the Town Hall meeting. Thanks for joining us tonight for Tuesday, May 23rd, 2017 public hearing. And we will start now with roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Robertson's in the chair. Councillor Louie. Councillor Stevenson. Here. Councillor Deal. Here. Councillor Jang. Here. Councillor Reimer. Not present. Councillor Meigs. Here. Councillor Ball. Here. Councillor Carr. Here. Councillor Affleck. Here. And Councillor DeGenova. Mr. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. And first, we'll start by acknowledging we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. And thankful for that. And we have lots of people signed up on our one item. We have one item of business in this public hearing, and last count, over 180 people registered to speak to this item. Just as give you some perspective on the scale of what we're about to proceed with. And for Council, our next step is to deal with the Committee of the Whole procedural piece in order to avoid the procedural uncertainties which arose at a previous public hearing due to the loss of quorum while in Committee of the Whole. The City Clerk has advised that while Council is required under Section 18.13 of the Procedure Bylaw to move a motion to go into Committee of the Whole at a public hearing, it is not required to sit as Committee of the Whole during this hearing. Therefore, it's her advice that the motion to go into Committee of the Whole is put to a vote and failed by Council. So this is a step we've been having to do for some time now. I'll ask for a motion to that effect. Councillor Deal, Councillor Louie will second. And any in favor of going into Committee of the Whole? And those opposed to going into Committee of the Whole? And they have the majority, so that motion has failed, and that means we sit as Council rather than Committee. And just a technical step there. And as we'll maybe get right into some quick announcements. So we will start with presentations from our city staff and from the applicants on item number 1, at which time there's an opportunity for Council to ask some questions. And following that, we will go to our speakers list and hear to members of the public who are here to speak to this issue, this rezoning in Chinatown. So we have backup nights, obviously, with over 180 people registered to speak. That means we are not going to hear everybody tonight, unless we're going to be here all night. But our plan is we've booked time for this evening until 11 p.m. And our backup night for this is Thursday evening, May the 25th at 6 p.m. So I would expect most speakers will not be heard until Thursday night once we get through the presentations and questions. And some of the speakers tonight, there will be lots more to hear from on Thursday. And stay tuned for, if we don't get through everybody on Thursday, that means we will be back for more. I think, Madam Clerk, in all likelihood on Friday night is the next scheduled evening for this public hearing. So that's a sense of where we are. For those who are following online, you can follow Van City Clerk for regular updates on Twitter for where we're at in the speakers list, as well as the city's website has that info too if you are tracking this and trying to calculate your timing to be here. So we are using the technology to help with that, and I will be calling out the numbers of speakers as we go, just so it's clear if you're watching online that it will be more obvious what speaker we're on as well. So I will come back around maybe before we start speakers. I'll just give the basic announcements with respect to speaking, addressing Council, and I am going to ask Madam Clerk that we get right into the item. And the reports or presentations from staff and applicants before we do the speakers briefing. So we'll go on to item number 1. That's rezoning for 105 Keeper Street and 544 Columbia Street. And Madam Clerk, can you please read the application and the summary of correspondence received?
This is an application by Merrick Architecture to rezone 105 Kiefer Street and 544 Columbia Street from HA-1A Chinatown Historic Area District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit development of a 12-story mixed-use building with commercial uses at the ground floor, 25 social housing units targeted to seniors on the second floor, and 106 strata residential units on levels 3 to 12. A height of 36 meters and a floor space ratio of 7.04 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to the conditions as set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. Since referral to public hearing, Council has received 120 pieces of correspondence in support of the application, 1,624 signatures on petitions in support of the application, 230 pieces of correspondence in opposition to the application, 110 postcards in opposition to the application, 2,430 signatures on a petition in opposition of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to approximately 1 p.m. today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we have Yan Zheng here, who is our planner for our downtown division, who will lead off with the staff presentation. And just for those of you who are throughout the building, there is limited seating here in council chambers up on the third floor here. We have registered speakers are permitted access to the third floor based on speaker numbers. So the security team here is managing people coming in and sitting based on their speaker numbers, and we ask when people are finished speaking if they could exit council chamber to make room for the next speakers to come in and be present here in council chambers. And thanks to everyone for being here and part of this public hearing. So we'll go to our staff presentation from Yan Zheng. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me? Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Scoot a little over to the mic, closer. It's good.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight in staff's presentation, we will give a brief description of this application. We will also cover questions raised by Council by referral. Join me in the presentation tonight will be Paul Chang, Senior Development Planner. The subject site is located in Chinatown. As shown in this slide, Chinatown is comprised of two sub-areas, the HA1 Historic District, which is designated a National Historic Site, and the HA1A District, or Chinatown South, where there is no National Historic Site designation. The subject site is located in Chinatown South, as shown here by a star. Looking at the site and its context in greater detail, the site is located at a strategic location in Chinatown. Directly to the north is a historic East Pender Street, where many buildings have a significant heritage value. These buildings make up the most significant part of the HA1 district. At referral of this application, a question was raised as to whether there is a buffer zone to a national historic site. Neither at the national or the city level is there any regulation regarding the provision of a buffer zone to a national historic site. To the south of the site is the Chinatown Memorial Plaza, a key community gathering space and where a memorial commemorating the Chinese community's significant contribution to Canada is located. To the west is the Chinese Cultural Center complex, where the Chinese Canadian Military Museum is located, and the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Park and Garden. The site is also at a gateway location to Chinatown with approaching views from the south opening up to the development on site. The application is made under the rezoning policy for Chinatown South. This rezoning policy is one key component of a suite of plans, policies, and programs guiding the overall city effort in Chinatown. The rezoning policy was adopted by Council in 2011 to implement the approved historic area height review. The intent of this rezoning policy is to encourage residential intensification in Chinatown and to achieve additional community benefits through rezoning. Under the rezoning policy, a development up to 120 feet may be considered on the subject site, marked with a star on this slide. While there is no maximum density prescribed in the policy, density commensurate with a supportable form of development can be considered. The application proposes to construct a 12-story building with ground floor commercial spaces, social housing targeted to seniors on the second floor, and market strata residential units on levels 3 to 12. The overall proposed height is 115 feet, and the overall density is 7.04 FSR. A total of 106 market strata residential units and 25 social housing units are proposed. Of the strata residential units, 34% are 2- and 3-bedroom units. The ground floor consists of 9 commercial retail units, CRUs. 3 of them are adjacent to the rear lane, with 2 of them directly accessible from the lane. As well, there is a CRU space that is dedicated to be a seniors' cultural and recreational space. A passageway accessible to the general public dissects the ground plane, shown in blue here, with 2 public entrances from Kiefer Street and 1 from Columbia Street. The application has received significant public attention over the course of more than 3 years of the review process. There were 4 community open houses, each corresponding to an iteration of the application. The open houses were attended by over 1,000 members of the public. Overall, staff have received more than 4,500 pieces of correspondence, including written comments, online comments, individual letters, phone calls, and multiple petitions. What this slide shows is how the application has evolved over the review process. The revisions were made by the applicant in response to the feedback from the public, from advisory groups such as the Urban Design Panel, UDP, and the Chinatown Historic Area Planning Committee, CHAPAC, as well as from staff. Here is an overview of the 4 iterations of the proposal shown in the last column of the slide. The original application submitted in 2014 was for a 13-story strata market residential development with commercial uses at grade and partially on the second floor. In the second iteration, a story of social housing was introduced on the second floor, along with design improvements such as significantly cutting back on upper floor massing. I would note that this reduction of upper floor massing and design improvement continued throughout the rest of the development review process. In the April 2016 iteration, the seniors' cultural and recreational space on the ground floor was introduced. In the current rezoning application, which is the subject of tonight's public hearing, the substantive changes include the elimination of 1 floor in the development, the introduction of a passageway into the development that improves the contextual fit of the development, along with a further reduction of upper floor massing. I will briefly describe the comments that were in support first. Those who would support the proposal felt that the development is a positive improvement. They were glad to see the development happening on this site, which has been sitting vacant for a long time. They felt that the proposal meets the relevant city policies and design guidelines. Further, respondents felt that the development would positively contribute to the betterment of Chinatown, as new people and new services would be injected into the community. Many people who supported the proposal expressed their strong support for the inclusion of social housing in the development, particularly if the social housing would be targeted to seniors. There is also a strong support for the offering of the seniors' cultural and recreational space on one of the CRUs on the ground floor. And lastly, the activation of laneway through locating multiple CRUs directly off the lane and the introduction of a permeable passageway through the ground floor were mentioned as highly commendable aspects of the proposal, ones that harken back to the historic development patterns of Chinatown. Now to move on to discuss concerns staff heard. There is an overarching concern about pace of development and neighborhood change in Chinatown. Though not directly attributed to this rezoning application, the concerns include an overall lack of affordable housing in the neighborhood, displacement of existing community residences due to the pricing out of affordable services, and the fear that this application will further quicken the pace of change. Contrary to 7 years ago when the historic area high review was approved by Council, there is now significant development interest in Chinatown, as evidenced by the new mixed-use project that have been recently approved or built. New residents and businesses are moving into the area, consistent with the city's policies for Chinatown. However, there is uncertainty about the benefits these new projects have brought to the community. The comment that Chinatown is losing its soul expresses this concern that not only the newer and bigger developments are diluting the physical character of Chinatown, but they're also putting pressures on the existing residents living there and their way of life, i.e. the intangible part of the Chinatown character. A social impact assessment of downtown Eastside was prepared by staff from the Community Services Group and reported to Council in March 2014. This SIA covers the whole downtown Eastside, including Chinatown. The SIA resulted in a list of social impact objectives, which were adopted as part of the Downtown Eastside Plan. Further, a list of social indicators was established to be monitored on a regular basis. And in April this year, Council received the 3-year implementation update report on the Downtown Eastside Plan. Staff from Downtown Eastside Plan planning team and the community services can provide more detailed information on that. In response to community concerns about character and pace of development, staff are reevaluating Chinatown development policies with the objective of better controlling the form of new development and protecting Chinatown's character. Staff anticipating bringing a report to Council with recommendations for policy and zoning changes shortly. Another theme of comments staff heard is that this site is special in Chinatown. Given the Memorial Plaza, with a statue of a Chinese railroad worker and a World War II veteran, and the cultural institutions directly adjacent to it, some felt that a special kind of development dedicated to serving the local low-income people, including seniors, would be more fitting to this site. While staff fully acknowledge this sentiment, we do note that this is a privately owned property, and staff are tasked with making an assessment of a privately initiated rezoning application on this site against applicable city policies and guidelines. Thirdly, there were concerns regarding the proposed building's height, mass, and density. The building height is seen as too high for Chinatown in general, and particularly too high for this culturally sensitive site. To address these concerns and to discuss staff's assessment of the proposed form of development is Paul Chang.
Hello, I'm Paul Chang, Senior Development Planner with the Planning Department. One of the biggest challenges of this rezoning policy is how to reconcile a maximum building height of 120 feet in a historical district where prevailing building heights are in the 30 to 60 foot range. In order to ensure an acceptable contextual fit, the existing policies and the design review process of the application have helped staff assess this proposal in terms of contextual fit. Firstly, there are basic form expectations under the rezoning policy. A 25-foot setback for all building elements above 90 feet is required from both Kiefer and Columbia Street elevations. This is in order to reduce the impact of the taller building segments above 90 feet. The proposal has responded with a form that goes beyond this minimum expectation by reducing the amount of overall building mass above the 90-foot height mark. In particular, the setback from the Columbia Street elevation is 53 feet, thereby greatly reducing the amount of high building mass impacting the neighboring areas to the west of this vicinity. Staff agree with this design intention since it acknowledges the heightened cultural sensitivity around the western portion of this development site. Throughout this process, we have heard from the public and the advisory bodies and understand that the unique context of the site includes adjacent and nearby properties that are culturally important, which are low to mid-rise in scale. I just wanted to point out that to the north, northwest, and west of this site is the zoning of HA1, which is a lower building allowed height of 75 feet, while to the south and to the east is HA1A, which allows up to 90 feet of building height. While the diminishment of a 120-foot building height against Columbia Street is welcome, staff require that the project should go further in attaining visual compatibility with the existing public spaces and neighboring buildings located around the western portion of the site, and recommend design conditions to diminish this building component. In particular, the main concern is the top 2 stories you see here in red along this section of the proposed building. They extend beyond and over the 70-foot line in building height. Staff note that the rezoning policy also states that further requirements to achieve contextual fit in this historical area may be needed on a site-by-site basis for a particular context. In this particular context, there is the Chinese Community Center, the Sun Yat-sen Gardens, the Canadian Chinese Military Museum, East Pender Street, and the Chinatown Memorial Plaza, all against the western portion of the subject site. In the consideration of this unique and sensitive context, staff have identified 3 representative viewpoints to be analyzed. The first one is the Chinatown Memorial Plaza itself. It is the most significant public gathering space in Chinatown, with a built memorial that measures approximately 30 feet in height. The largest portion of this triangularly shaped gathering space, in which the memorial stands, is directly fronting the western 50 feet of the subject site. The west sidewalk of Columbia Street, on which the Canadian Chinese Military Museum fronts. This museum is a part of the Chinese Cultural Center and has an architectural expression of historic Chinese hip roof building with a peak height of approximately 60 feet. The intersection of East Pender and Columbia Streets. The 3.5 blocks of Pender Street in Chinatown is the most sacrosanct part of Chinatown with National Historic Site designation. And it contains within it a large proportion of heritage Chinatown buildings. Staff propose that when looking south from this intersection, the perceived height of the proposed building should be compatible with the heritage buildings of East Pender. This elevation demonstrates the recommended setbacks from the Kiefer Street property line in order to convey a 70-foot tall building height when seen from the ground plane from Memorial Plaza. This elevation shows a similar aspect when viewed from the western sidewalk on Columbia Street, that the building again conveys only a 70-foot tall expression. And again, when viewed from the intersection of Pender Street with the recommended setbacks, the overall cornice line of the building will be a perceived 70 feet in height, which is compatible with the existing historic building that you see directly in front of the subject site. Other urban design considerations that staff recommend and approve of. There is a lot of lane activation with retail directly fronting the rear property line and lane. There is also quite a bit of pedestrian porosity through the site with enhanced large corridors and an atrium space that can be occupied and used for community gatherings within the building itself. Furthermore, one could also walk through from Kiefer Street to Columbia Street and to the rear lane itself. Furthermore, the byproduct of these corridors is that the resulting commercial retail units are relatively smaller in size, and that would preclude the ability for large big box retail tenants to operate in this building. There will be an increase in pedestrian space for Memorial Plaza itself. Currently, there is an existing vehicular lane in the plaza, and that will be converted to pedestrian-only space, which will bring a net increase in usable public space to the plaza itself. While the applicant will be required to fund the conversion of this lane into pedestrian plaza space, a community-led redesign of Memorial Plaza is currently underway in a separate process. Oops, I'll go back here. Sorry. Okay. In conclusion, staff have recommended design conditions to the proposed building form and are satisfied that if these conditions are met, the proposal will achieve an appropriate level of formal compatibility with the existing historical context as intended in the rezoning policy.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. The last part of staff's presentation is addressing public benefits of this application. The black line in this slide indicates what can be built on this site. Under the existing zoning HA1A, the applicant is entitled to build this amount of market residential development on this site without rezoning and would not be required to provide any public benefits. Under the rezoning policy, a development up to 120 feet can be considered, allowing consideration for offering of public benefits. The application has two public benefit offerings. The first is 25 social housing units on the second floor. The second is a seniors cultural space in one of the CRUs on the ground floor. Aside from the provision of these two public benefit offerings, staff assessment conclude that no additional CAC is appropriate to this proposal. This is because the market density achieved through rezoning is comparable to densities achieved by other development permit applications in the area. Now, with regards to the senior space, the proposal is to offer a retail lease at a discounted rate for a period of 10 years to a collective of seniors groups that would organize cultural and recreational activities for seniors. As is standard with any on-site public benefits, this space will be secured through a community use agreement, CUA, with the city. A significant purpose of the community use agreement, which is enforceable by the city, is to secure some public access to the space. The requirement of the CUA is included as a condition of approval, and the detailed terms of the agreement will be negotiated with the applicant in the next steps of this development. This project will deliver 25 units of social housing that will be secured for 60 years or life of the building. The applicant will build the units, and BC Housing will purchase them at cost, issue a RFP to select a nonprofit operator. The units would be targeted to seniors. The citywide definition of social housing is that 30% of the units must be rented at rates affordable to households with incomes below housing income limits, HILS. This definition also applies to Chinatown. There is no added affordability requirement in Chinatown as there is in other parts of the downtown east side. 30% of the units must be rented to households with incomes below the housing income limits, or HILS, which is set annually by BC Housing. The current HILS rent is $963 per month for a studio. I would also like to address a question that was raised at referral. Staff were asked if the city would work with the provincial and federal governments to buy the site for social housing development. This is a privately owned site that is not for sale, and a rezoning application has been submitted for your consideration. That said, staff are actively working with our government partners on a variety of projects in the downtown east side to deliver social housing and other priorities identified in the downtown east side plan. These partnerships are needed because without additional subsidies or equity, a range of rents are necessary to make projects viable. Mayor and Council, in summary, staff have assessed the proposed land uses, density, height of this application against applicable city policies and guidelines, taken public comments and advisory group comments into consideration, and concluded that this application has responded to policies, guidelines, and community concerns, and that the resultant building is an appropriate response to this culturally significant context. Staff therefore recommend that the application be approved, subject to the conditions outlined in the agenda package. Staff from planning, engineering, housing, and real estate services available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation. And we're now going to have a presentation from the applicant team. I believe Ryan Beatty is here, president of the Beatty Group. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Ryan Beatty, president of Beatty Development. On behalf of my team, I'd like to thank you all for allowing us the chance to speak and for consideration of our rezoning application. When we purchased 105 Kiefer in 2013, we were excited about the opportunity to create a meaningful project and bring new life to a vacant site. New zoning had just been put in place, and the Historic Area Heights Review recognized this site as uniquely positioned to take on a marginal increase in height. It also encouraged rezoning to 120 feet from the outright 90 feet with the expectation that the project would provide important community benefits. The last 4 years have been valuable, humbling, and constructive as we worked with the community to get to where we are today. When we submitted our first application in 2014, it became clear that we had not heard the full spectrum of voices in the Chinatown community. Since then, there have been 5 open houses, including 4 city-led and extensive community consultation. We've engaged every stakeholder who was willing to meet and share their thoughts. This consultation has resulted in improvements to the proposal. We reduced the height, eliminated a floor, reduced the massing, and sculpted the building out of respect for the Chinatown Memorial Monument and out of consideration for sightlines and shadowing impacts to Dr. Sun Yat-sen Gardens. We incorporated much-needed affordable housing for seniors, added non-exclusive cultural space, and increased the percentage of units that can accommodate families. We have worked hard to incorporate passageways in the ground level to encourage organic movement through the building. This breaks the retail into small bays, which will meet the needs of neighborhood retailers. We know it's imperative that we get the retail right. As a result of the feedback from the community, the proposal before you will deliver high-value community benefits package and an elevated quality of architecture and urban design, which this gateway site rightfully deserves. Research by the Chinatown Concern Group shows that since 2008, about 800 market housing units have been built in Chinatown and only 22 non-market have been built. Our proposal includes 106 market units and 25 non-market, more than what's been built in the neighborhood in a decade. BC Housing has partnered with Beatty to purchase 25 units at cost and will rent these units to low-income seniors at safer or below safer rates. They've also confirmed they will conduct an open RFP process to engage a suitable operator. The cultural space we are including will serve thousands of people. The building will provide support services to the Chinatown Night Market, and in conjunction with the City of Vancouver, the Chinatown Memorial Plaza will be expanded. The opportunity for these community benefits simply would not exist if the project was developed under the allowable 90-foot height. The additional 15,000 square feet of requested above 90 feet translates into 15,000 square feet of much-needed community benefit. These benefits far exceed the value of any community amenity contribution. We respect the many people who have principled and emotional reasons why they are resistant to this project. We are, however, not moved by people whose opposition is driven by personal agendas or desire to purchase the site, or those who have undermined council-appointed committees. There has been a great deal of misinformation about this project. We're very grateful to those individuals and organizations who have allowed us to provide accurate information. Regardless of their opinion, these people have been gracious to engage in a process which has improved the proposal. We want the Chinatown community to know we will deliver on everything we've promised should this project be approved. We would not be here today without the support of many people as we work through this worthwhile process. We'd like to thank city staff and our consultants for all their efforts, the Chinatown Seniors Cultural and Recreational Coalition for their support of the cultural space, the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association for their support on behalf of the Chinatown business community, the many Chinatown societies and associations who have shown their support for the project on behalf of thousands of their members and residents, the over 1,500 people who have signed a petition and hundreds more have written letters of support, BC Housing for their commitment to partnering with us to deliver the much-needed seniors housing, and every member of the Chinatown community who has sat with us and shared their feedback and participated in this process. In closing, I believe the proposal for 105 Kiefer before you will bring exceptional community and civic assets to Chinatown. We did not seek out a controversial project, but we have persisted because we and our supporters believe in this project and Chinatown's long-term success. Thank you for this opportunity and for your consideration. The proponent team is here. BD staff, Merrick Architecture, Armin Amrolia from BC Housing are all available to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beatty. So we've heard from staff and the applicants, and that means we're going to have one round of questions from council before we go into hearing from speakers. First up on the queue is Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I got some questions for our housing staff. We've heard about the 25 units of social housing aimed at seniors, but the report is a little vague on it. So I don't have any idea of what the actual rates of affordability are, what, for example, is the actual commitment from BC Housing outside of buying them. I mean, they talk about safer rates. Could you provide a little more information around that, please?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Celine Mobless from Housing Policy. Yes, in regards to the units, the 25 units, as a requirement, as a condition of the rezoning, 30% would require to be rented at Hills rates, which are set by BC Housing annually. Also, as a condition of approval, the units would need to be sold to BC Housing and secured for 60 years or life of the building. We have had some further discussions with BC Housing. They expect to exceed the affordability requirements that we've set out in the report and target rents to safer units. Also, in speaking further to them since referral, they have invited us to participate on the selection committee for the nonprofit operator that they intend to issue, the RFP for the nonprofit operator, and they are looking to target those units to seniors.
Okay.
And Armin Armelia is here as well to answer any questions from BC Housing. Thank you.
Great. Is BC Housing here? Thank you very much. So thank you. And you're Armin, right? Correct. Right. Thank you. So once again, what sort of rent levels are we looking at? What are the safer rates right now, or what do we anticipate, and how are you going to beat that? I mean, what's the commitment for that?
All right. Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing me to speak. So we are exceeding the 30% that the city requires, obviously, that and with Hills rates that we set. We're committed to actually exceeding that by 100%. So we're going to be renting these at either safer levels, which are in the 700 range, I believe, in the city of Vancouver right now. And we're going to be targeting a nonprofit that will be bringing these rents down to below safer rates, so anything below 700. So given that the units are 350 to 650 square feet, which is a really nice size for seniors units, that's incredibly affordable. Our commitment is to target 100% of the 25 units.
So you're aiming for all units to be
every single one of them.
Okay,
Yes.
not just the 8 that was in
No.
the report. Okay, great. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Another question for our staff. On the seniors community space, so it was, how big is it actually? And what type of costing would we be looking at for the seniors group? I know that there are already, the reason why I asked is there are several spaces, some that seniors can rent in Chinatown, for example, but they say they're too expensive. How does this meet or exceed that affordability level for the senior space?
Mayor, Council, my name's Catherine Buckham from Social Policy Group. I can tell you a little bit about the community use agreement. In terms of the amount of the space is 1,200 square feet, and we secure that through a Section 219 covenant. In terms of how much rent that they would have to pay, those discussions have been underway, to my understanding, with a BD Group and the organization, and we haven't been privy to that. So I'm sorry, but I can't tell you what they're thinking in terms of rent. But there's probably Ms. Sang. Is there anyone here who could speak to that?
Your mic's not on. Okay.
Hi. So I believe there is a representative of that group that is here who can answer those questions.
Okay, great. I'll wait then. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Jang. Councillor Louis.
Let's go to the form. I know, Ms. Ang, you described that the outright is 90 feet. That would be allowed. But I'm assuming that there'd be some shaping of the building regardless, even at the outright. What ability do we have to shape a building at 90 feet?
I think it would undergo a development permit process and would go to the development permit board for approval. I think it would be a matter of conjecture in terms of what ability we have. There does seem to be, from what we've learned from this particular process, a large sensitivity to the western portion of the site and how it affects some of the existing buildings around. So there could be a likelihood after an extensive review process that diminishment from 90 feet would probably be required on the western portion of the site, even as a development permit application. But again, it's one of those things that depends on the design and how it responds to the context. It's hard to say exactly what we would end up with, but we only know once the process reaches its end point with the approval from a development permit board and whatever conditions that they would decide to impose on the development.
But assuming that you take the 3 points of significance that were illustrated and extrapolated the 70-foot height form that would be viewable from the ground plane, from the sidewalks, it would be a similar shaping of that type then.
Again, I think that would be a safe thing to say at this point after the review that we've received in this particular application. Staff have learned a lot through this application process. Previously, when this started off years ago, staff had yet to learn about the sensitivity of this particular site. And even in a development permit application, staff probably would have learned the same kind of sensitivity issues and would have required some further setbacks off of the western portion.
Can you just tell me what the FSR of the additional 25 feet is above 90, that top section, that setback, 53 feet and the 25 feet?
I think generally the floor plate is around 5,000 square feet. So 3 stories of that is equal to about 15,000 square feet. That in terms of the site itself, don't have the math calculator right in front of me, but it equals to 15,000 square feet above the 90
Just the top 3 floors of that section, that's 15,000, 5,000 per floor.
That's correct.
Okay. Just in terms of the partnerships, Ms. Zhang, you talked about what's being explored with the federal government for funding. We see BC Housing here that has made some commitments. What have we heard from the federal government in terms of providing some funding for social housing?
In relation to this specific project, as part of the rezoning, there was no social housing required as part of the site. So it was really the applicant that approached BC Housing and negotiated the funding for the additional 25 units. So in relation to this particular site, we have not reached out to the federal government, although we have on a number of other sites approached them for funding to secure additional affordability and bring those projects forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Louis. Councillor DeGenova is next.
Thank you very much. My first question is probably best answered by BC Housing, but I'm wondering, I don't see here in the report what BC Housing and the applicant have agreed the value of the 25 units of social housing is. And while you're coming up to the mic, I'll try and throw my second part of the question in, which was, although the housing is geared to seniors, are you looking at the cultural sensitivity of the neighborhood and perhaps putting an RFP out, especially to those groups that may accommodate Chinese seniors, as it is in Chinatown?
Good question, yes. So I'll answer your first question first. So we are in negotiation with the BD Living Group to purchase the 25 units. I'm not really at liberty to tell you exactly the dollar value, but we have negotiated an agreement in principle to purchase them at cost. We know pretty well what we want to purchase these units for. We know what units like this cost in the city of Vancouver, and so we certainly will be keeping that at front and center when we do our negotiations. So I can tell you I think it's a good deal. For 350 to 650 square foot units. And I'm certainly hoping that we'll achieve some really good pricing for that. Your second question is a good one, and certainly what we've been doing is looking at creating an RFP process so we could procure a nonprofit group to operate the units, but certainly we can start looking and targeting, as you're suggesting. It's something that we haven't thought about, but certainly something that we should. And certainly we'll be working with the City of Vancouver in evaluating the proposals that come in for that RFP.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
My next question would be regarding the height, and answered best probably by our staff or perhaps the applicant. I understand on page 9 that this project qualifies for a height consideration of up to 120 feet. However, on page 7, it proposes in the application a height of 115 feet, and it said that staff actually recommended a 3-foot increase. So I was hoping that you could explain a little bit how you came to those numbers.
There are two design conditions that weren't mentioned in my presentation. They're a little bit more minor. However, staff have looked at this and have decided that it would be better for the public if a couple of the floors were higher than proposed. And this isn't for the market condo portion. First of all, staff are looking for a 1-foot increase in ceiling height from 8 feet to 9 feet for the seniors housing portion, and just for that second floor. And secondly, staff are looking for a higher CRU ceiling height for the commercial spaces. These spaces, we call them third spaces. They're not the public realm, and they're not the private living room of somebody, but they are the places where city life occurs, where people socialize in public houses, in restaurants, these kinds of things. It's part of our urban fabric that we deem very important, and it's important that they have higher lofty spaces, especially in the context of Chinatown, where the traditional CRUs have very high ceilings.
Okay, thanks. And then I guess a question to the applicant would be, was there a reason not to move forward with the staff recommendation of those 3 feet? And did it have anything to do with some of the sensitivities in the neighborhood regarding height that the applicant had made in their comments?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Greg Borofsky from Merrick Architecture. Thank you. With respect to those recommendations from staff, I think we are comfortable with the initiative to slightly increase the height of the commercial space and of the seniors housing space. I think it comes from a good place as far as the lived experience at the ground floor and at the second floor of the building. I think the marginal increase in height is small and probably a little bit difficult to perceive from grade, but we know height is a very sensitive issue in Chinatown, so we are certainly we're supportive of that initiative from planning staff.
Thank you. Just one last quick question about the DCLs, because we've been receiving, as Mayor and Council, correspondence stating that there aren't DCLs or aren't CACs included in this project. So on page 19, it states that there will be almost $1.64 million. And I understand DCLs are paid to the city, and I understand what DCLs can be spent on. Can you tell me what this has been earmarked towards? And also, can you just confirm there will be $232,684 for off-site public art? And then do we also consider the social housing a benefit? And that's my time.
So I confirm that the application will be required to pay for DCLs. The only portion that's exempted from paying the DCL is the social housing portion. That's under our DCL bylaw. And this application will be required to pay for a public art with a public art contribution. And then the amount you're quoting is correct. And the public art contribution applies to, again, the rest of the development with the exception of the social housing. And, I don't believe the DCL is earmarked to any specific project, and that will be, allocated as part of the capital plan process.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff for answering a number of my questions that I sent beforehand. I still have a few. My first question is actually just a follow-up on the social housing. And my question is, if the social housing is being provided by the developer, however, being purchased by BC Housing, so it's not any direct cost, only a loss of profit to the developer, why are we waiving the DCL?
It's the DCL bylaw has very specific requirements which would qualify social housing for a waiver. It's if 30% of the units are renting at Hills and it's owned and operated by a nonprofit and secured as rental in terms of its tenure. So it's not a discretionary issue. If the social housing meets the definition under the bylaw, the DCLs are waived.
Even if it's not, the cost is not directly being borne?
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the value that we're attributing to the social housing, are we attributing the value of the built cost, even though that cost is being paid for by BC Housing, or the value being the loss of profit?
Gary Evans, Director of Real Estate Services. We actually, the social housing, if it's a city-owned in-kind benefit, then we put a value on it. This is actually going to be owned by BC Housing, so we don't actually put a value on it.
Oh, so there's no CAC contribution that's concerned with the social housing?
No, it's a recognized public benefit in terms of affordable housing, but it doesn't get a dollar value ascribed to it in the schedule that you look at the back of the council report.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question in follow-up to this to Mr. Beattie. Great, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming and speaking to this. My question is from your website. On the website that you've got, 105kiefer.com, and then the FAQ section, I'm going to give you the quote from that section. It says that along with the seniors' housing and cultural space, the proposal is offering a community amenity contribution, CAC, with potential to allocate funds to various initiatives deemed important by the community. So is that a cash CAC beyond what you're saying you are contributing in seniors housing and cultural space?
Because I'm actually not familiar with that aspect. Hutan Rafi
oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
To be living. I'll have him answer the question.
Yeah, and maybe after that I can get staff respond because there's no cash CAC that's in this report now, so I'm curious about that.
Yeah, that would seem to be an error. If you could repeat the question, though,
just that it said on the website, the proposal is offering a community amenity contribution, CAC, with potential to allocate funds to various initiatives deemed important by the community.
I think as the gentleman from housing suggested that the housing component is considered a community benefit.
Okay. That's great. Thank you. I'm wondering also, staff, if you can answer the question, is the city still pursuing UNESCO World Heritage Site designation for Chinatown?
I don't think so. I think I understand there is possibly community aspiration to do so. Staff has never been directed by council to pursue that, which is a long process.
It is. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'll follow up later because UNESCO World Heritage Site designation does have rules regarding development in adjacent areas, so it's something we should be thinking about. My final question it comes from a letter that we did receive from the late Joe Wei, who wrote to council on this issue in June of last year. And his letter notes that the allowable 120-foot height was intended not for this site, but for the south side of Kiefer Street. I'm wondering if you can respond to that.
No, I don't know exactly what the letter was alluding to.
June 27th it was written, yeah.
What I can say in my presentation, staff presentation, is that this site, under the rezoning policy, a development of up to 120 feet can be considered.
Okay, so there may have been a discrepancy around that or a difference of opinion.
So I think as part of the historic area height review, as part of that adoption of that plan, there was a concern about the cultural sensitivity of the site, but in following up to the historic area height review, when the council chose to adopted the rezoning policy for Chinatown South, council chose to include this site and not to exclude the site, and then along with including the site as part of the rezoning policy, also directed staff to have additional design guidelines to manage the height and massing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, that's your time. Councillor Meggs.
I have just one more on this housing question, but from a slightly different perspective. So some of the people that whose correspondence I've read feel that the BC Housing decision to purchase this amounts to a subsidy to Mr. Beattie, and I wonder if staff could comment on whether that's a correct way to analyze the financial arrangement.
Armin Amrolia from BC Housing mentioned that they're in negotiations with the developer currently, but this is a purchase at cost arrangement that we understand that BC Housing are entering into. So there actually effectively is not a profit for the developer. In that situation, they're purely recovering the costs of the construction of the affordable housing.
I assume when you're analyzing the entire proposition, you consider this transaction, at least to the degree you can understand it and be aware of it, and you would not be bringing forward a proposition that allowed for excess profits or some kind of a subsidy that was not then considered in the overall financial analysis.
No, typically when we review development pro formas, we're assuming that the actual affordable housing is being delivered at cost. So there isn't a developer's profit in there that typically they would expect, for example, in a normal condo development.
Right. Okay, my next question is on a much more big picture thing. It's probably not for you, Mr. Evans, but it's a comment made in the report that occurs kind of in two places and says that in effect that this project has become a symbol in the community of concerns over the future of Chinatown more than it is analysis of the project itself. I don't know, maybe that's for you, Mr. Kelly, but is that, could you expand on that a little bit? Is the debate that we're going to hear really on two levels, both the project itself and evolving understandings and feelings about the development of Chinatown?
I think that's a fair statement. I think you're dealing with the physical and use attributes or elements of this specific development proposal. But I think it's also fair to say that it has sparked a very lively debate in the community about what the future of Chinatown is, what the soul of that community is, and how new development, regardless of scale, fits with that evolving vision.
I put my finger on how the application has become a symbol of the struggle of the Chinatown community and the city as a whole to define the future for Vancouver's Chinatown. So I just want to go back briefly while we're keeping that thought in mind to the various policies guiding Chinatown. One that I looked at briefly earlier was the neighborhood plan and economic revitalization strategy, and there's also the legacy program, which is not really a planning policy, but both of those are targeted at trying to deal with the big picture issues, I think.
Correct.
As I recall, the legacy program, which is funded, its aspiration is to raise $36 million for these investments. Is that about right? Do you recollect that number?
I'm not sure of the dollar figures. I'm looking at Tom. Yeah,
And
seems
the
to be
city's
about the
been
right
able to
number.
find $3 million for that purpose so far. So is it fair to say that until we see other levels of government and perhaps philanthropic contributions at a much larger scale, we're going to have a very difficult time wrestling with this big picture question?
It's a steep climb, and I know I've been personally in meetings with members of the Chinatown community on that very topic, that's the big work ahead of us, is to find those resources, harness the community energy in that direction. This project came in under the current rezoning policy, and it needs to be judged on its merits. But I think you're right in pointing out the larger challenge in front of us, and it's not something that we intend to abandon one way or the other, however you decide on this project tonight. And you will be seeing in a short time back on the physical design piece, some new regulations for Chinatown zoning that will be coming forward. But again, this application needs to be judged on its merits on the current zoning.
Yeah, but I think it's wise of the staff to provide that backdrop. My last question is really this. Is it fair to say the number is not $36 million? It's more in the order of $300 million, which is the big picture number staff have identified that would be needed really to do the upgrade of the historic area and a number of other initiatives that make sense? That's a number that's been mentioned with some of the documents I've seen.
That's a new number to me, but I'm looking at Tom Weiklin here. But it's certainly a tall order, and probably in the end is larger than 36 million.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, no doubt. And I know the philanthropic community is active, and we'd like to see them gain traction in this as well, because it's probably not all that's going to come from government sources.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your time. Thanks. Councillor Ball's next.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just had a few questions. The first one is about the plaza. And I just want to confirm that the plaza itself is being made larger by the removal of the lane that exists now, the commercial lane that exists, and how much space is being added in. That was my first question. And then the second question about the plaza is, given that it's being made larger so more people can come there, will the signage on the commercial buildings be regulated in a way that it's respectful of the actual area that it is, facing onto?
To answer the first question, I just made a very quick calculation. Generally, we're looking at about a 3,000 square foot increase of public space for pedestrian activity as opposed to vehicular activity. And I'm sorry, Councillor, could you repeat the second question, please?
Yes, because it's a memorial plaza and is referred to as such, I'm wondering whether the signage on the the row of commercial establishments at the ground level, will their signage come under some regulation so that it is respectful of the memorial plaza?
Certainly, our sign bylaw is undergoing a revision, and there are special aspects to the sign bylaw to address Chinatown specifically to allow signs such as neon signs, brighter colors, lit signs, that kind of thing.
But because of the special significance of that plaza and the fact it's being made larger for pedestrians, will the signage actually reflect the importance to the community of the plaza? I think that's what I'm trying to find out.
Staff are certainly always encouraging prospective tenants of the commercial spaces to go beyond what they regularly apply for particular signs when it comes to Chinatown, and staff will do their best to continue encouraging that.
Okay, and my next question is about the social housing. The way the social housing is being planned in this building is not being planned any differently than it is anywhere else in Vancouver, right? We're using the same regulations, the same format. So if this building were to be built anywhere else in the city, they would have to go through the same regulations, the same rules, and the funding would come the same way through BC Housing. I'm just confirming that there's nothing different about how this building is being done than we would normally obtain social housing.
Yes, well, it would have to meet the requirements for social housing, which are outlined in the report. We do have different tools that we use to incentivize the creation of social housing. This project is somewhat unique. The rezoning wasn't required to provide social housing, so there was an effort made to partner with BC Housing to bring funding to the table. But most definitely, we look to our senior government partners in terms of bringing either a subsidy or equity to the table to ensure that we can deepen the level of affordability and make projects viable.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Ball. And that is all the questions we have from council. So we have concluded that round of questioning, and we are going to go right to our speakers list. So I'll just make a few announcements on speaking here in council chambers. Firstly, speakers have 5 minutes to make their comments, and they should limit their comments to the merits of the report that's being considered by council. We ask that speakers state whether they either support or are opposed to the recommendations that we are considering. And speakers may speak once, and any additional comments that you have beyond your 5-minute window can be submitted in writing to our clerks, either on paper. If once you're done with speaking, you can submit comments in writing on paper, or you can email them to mayor&council@vancouver.ca. Actually, no, we have a new email address, publichearing@vancouver.ca. Additional comments beyond any that you make here. You do not have to speak for all of your 5 minutes. And with so many speakers here, I'm sure we'd like to hear new input. So if you have fresh comments, by all means, but you don't have to use all of your 5 minutes. There's a timer on the podium that counts the time up to 5 minutes, and I will give you a heads up as you approach that, so you can wrap up your comments within the 5 minutes. We ask that everyone stick to that 5-minute rule so everyone gets an opportunity to speak equally. And you may have questions from council after you have spoken. I will let you know if you do have questions. Anyone who's speaking on behalf of 3 or more persons or 3 or more organizations will have an extra 3 minutes to speak, so 8 minutes in all. We ask that the persons or representatives of the organizations must also be present and must not be speakers themselves. And as I said, there is limited seating in here, so our staff here, our security staff, are helping people rotate around so that those who are speaking sooner are able to sit here in council chambers. And that is all. We, as I said earlier, if we don't hear all the speakers, we won't hear all the speakers tonight. Thursday night will be our next opportunity. I could speculate as to how many speakers we will hear tonight. It really varies based on whether there are questions from council. But we may be able to hear a couple dozen speakers tonight if things move along. If there are lots of questions, it's obviously fewer than that. So we start in on the speakers list. First of all, we hear from public body representatives who are registered to speak. And we have 2. First up is Jenny Kwan, who is the Member of Parliament for Vancouver East. And then she'll be followed by Helen Lee, who's the Chair of Chinatown Historic Area Planning Committee here at the City. Welcome, Ms. Kwan.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Before I speak, I've been asked to make a request to see whether or not there's a possibility for translation for some of the seniors that are here who speak either Cantonese or Mandarin. Oh, microphone.
Yeah, we need the microphone there.
So anyway, I was asked to make the request that there are some folks that are here and wondering whether or not they could have translation provided to them, either in Cantonese or Mandarin. So.
Yeah, we, maybe Madam Clerk, do you want to just address how we can deal with the translation services?
We actually do have someone here that can provide assistance in that regard for those individuals that haven't brought someone that is able to provide the interpretation for the speaker.
So I wonder maybe if the people who need translation, if they could sort of just indicate that, and then some staff persons can help them. Is that possible?
Yeah, there's actually an individual in the audience. I can't see her. There she is behind you.
Okay.
And she's able to provide
I
that
think there's
service.
some folks over here on this side that may need assistance as well.
Not a problem.
So if I could just let people sort that out from the staff side, that
absolutely.
would be tremendous. Okay, so with that, I'll begin. My name is Jenny Kwan. I'm the MP for Vancouver East. I want to first of all say thank you to the First Peoples, the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh people for allowing us to gather here to do this important work in this very chamber. I want to also say thank you to City Council, Mayor and Council, to all of you and the staff for the incredible work that you're doing. There's no question, this is a major, major issue before us. And as someone mentioned, it's also, I think, signals about the future of Chinatown. I also want to acknowledge the developer as well, and for the effort that they've put in. There's been many reiterations of the proposal coming back, and still the community have a lot of concerns. I, as the member of Parliament for Vancouver East, have heard some of those concerns where people brought this before me and to my attention. And I think this is very significant. Now, I've written to council already, so I'm not going to read my letter to you because that would just bore you silly. And this might bore you silly as well, but I'm going to speak and take those 5 minutes. Why am I here? I think we're all here because we care deeply about Chinatown. We care deeply about the future of Chinatown and what that looks like to all of us. And what does this development mean for the future of Chinatown? I think that is equally as important as what the physical structure and the proposal is, and about the implications of this building for the future of Chinatown. It does mean that, and it is relevant. And what do we have? I look at the rendering. I see a massive building. There's no way of getting around it. It is a massive, dense building of 115 feet high, over 7 FSR. Its height and scale is larger than any of the other buildings in historic Chinatown. The building itself towers over the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Gardens. It overshadows the Chinese Cultural Center, and it looms over the monument that commemorates the Chinese railway workers and the veterans that fought for my rights, and our freedoms, so that I can stand here before you as an elected official. And I look at that rendering, and I see the speck, the tiny little speck of where the monument is. It just about broke my heart. And it made me sad, you know? I felt sad about it. And I gotta say, I feel kind of depressed about this whole exercise and the fact that we have to be here to talk about it in this context. And this is not to have disrespect for the developer. It's not about that. It's about what is our community vision together. What do we see for the future of Chinatown? I look at Chinatown and I think about this. The people before me who fought so hard for them to have some recognition in our community. Once upon a time, the clan associations existed. Why? Because the Chinese people were not welcome. They were segregated and they were told to go somewhere else. Those buildings serve a purpose. They housed people. They provided a place of social gathering. It was a place where people belong. Chinatown resembles that. It signifies that. The history of that Chinatown, and that history must, in my view, be protected. And the rezoning of this site will imply what that future would look like. I fear what the future would look like with the rezoning proposal if it goes ahead. The late Joe Wei had said a lot about this. He's shown up at council, he's attended the public meetings, he's provided his point of view, and consistently he said the height and the mass of this building and the use of this proposal is not appropriate for this site. I heard from the staff's proposal, the words that they constantly use, what were they? Culturally sensitive, culturally significant. I heard someone say that it's the soul that we're talking about. This is what we're talking about, and this is what this rezoning means. So where are we at? Yes, the proposal provides for 25 units of seniors housing, affordable seniors housing, although I'm not quite 100% sure about the affordability of it, but you know, nonetheless, 25 units in the context of a community where we desperately need affordable housing, more than 25 units. Imagine what this site could look like if all levels of government work together in collaboration to develop a building that will meet the needs of the community. Yes, I know you will say, but it's privately owned. What about we find a way to work with the developer? Is there not a way where we can do a land swap? Is there not a way to engage the government to say how we can purchase this site, this significant site, this culturally sensitive site in historic Chinatown for the preservation of Chinatown and to reinvigorate Chinatown as well? I see my red light is on. Am I up?
You're at your 5 minutes.
Oh,
thank you.
Gosh.
You have questions from Councillor DiGenova. Councillor DiGenova.
Ms. Kwan. I myself, and actually I asked Councillor Carr because I thought maybe she had it on her computer. I haven't received your letter yet, so I've asked the clerk to send it. I've searched for it many times, especially since I saw it in the media. I didn't see the letter, I just saw reference to it, so I'm hoping to be able to receive it to read it. But I'm just wondering, for the 25 units, and we just heard from BC Housing that they would be priced around the $700 mark per unit. Do you find that affordable housing in Chinatown? I know you've advocated for affordable seniors housing in Chinatown before. Do you think that $700 would be fairly affordable or more affordable than what's offered now?
Well, I'm sad to say that it would not be affordable for many people. I've met many seniors who live in the SROs, and they have very little income. And $700 is a lot of money for a lot of seniors where their fixed income, right? Their fixed income often is not more than $1,000, in some cases even less than that. I've met seniors who live in these SROs, and they're seniors, my goodness, they're like, 100 years old, and they felt the discrimination, they experienced the discrimination, they experienced the segregation, and yet they are still living in housing conditions that we would not ourselves want to be living in. And so what about in this 150-year anniversary of our country, about building, right? Working with the community.
I have more questions for you. So you've answered my questions, so you don't find that affordable. I will be asking our staff when I have another opportunity for questions later on at the end of the speakers list if 700, how many units there are vacant right now for $700 in Chinatown. So I haven't heard of any. That being said, you've advocated many times. I've been there when you have advocated. I've been in the audience for more affordable housing and for BC Housing to step up to the plate when it comes to affordable seniors housing and to see them purchase units in Chinatown. That's what I'm hearing that they're doing right now. So I'm wondering if you're opposed to BC Housing purchasing units in Chinatown or in Vancouver to house those seniors that you talk about.
Well, one thing about contributions, is funny. I used to sit actually exactly at that desk, I guess many years ago, and a rezoning
when you were new like me.
When I was new like you, at a rezoning question, right? Developers used to come to the table and they would make a contribution. They would actually build the housing. BC Housing would not have to go back and purchase it. And, there was a time that did actually happen. So I wonder, can we not get back to that time? Right? I appreciate what BC Housing is doing today, but I have to say this is not enough. We just had an election. We're still counting the ballots. Let's see what happens. But I would also say this. We do have a new federal government as well. The federal government, albeit back in 1993, walked away from a national affordable housing program, and we lost over 500,000 units of affordable housing that would otherwise have been built across this country. But now we have a renewed government, and maybe we can do something.
So you're segueing into my next question
to
you.
We can try to do this and bring all levels of government together with the community.
You know I only have 5 minutes, so give me my, No, they're strict about that, with me especially, being the new one. I'm sure you remember. Now, in your new role as MP, or maybe not so new, have you formally brought anything forward? And I think Councillor Louie had alluded to, had the city lobbied the federal government to see if they would be involved in this project or others. Have you formally brought anything forward regarding this project's project or other seniors housing projects in Chinatown? Because you're just talking about the federal government. So here we have something on the table from BC Housing that we don't normally get, so I have to ask you that.
Yes, I've written to the minister about this opportunity, about the idea of engaging in a collaboration, in a partnership with the city government and with the provincial government just before we recessed for the break for Victoria Day. I brought it up in the House of Commons in a comment as well. I would love to work with the City of Vancouver to bring this forward and with the BC Housing to bring this forward and to say to the federal government, you have an infrastructure program. What about you collaborating with the City of Vancouver and with the province and the community to do something about the future of Chinatown? What about we try to purchase this site? What about we make something happen? What about we support the client associations in some of the renovations and building housing on top? Some of the folks that are sitting outside, why they support this project, and some of them are here to support this project, because they want a cultural space for them that they could use. What about us working together to build some of that cultural space for not just the groups that are sitting outside, but for all of the different people in our community?
My last question, I have
that
15
need.
seconds. You understand, and I didn't need to ask the question because staff had answered it, that this is a privately owned site. This isn't one of the city sites where we can do what we want with VAHA, the Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency. So it's difficult as we can't prescribe what a private owner can do with their land. Is that understood?
Yes, I understand that. And then I wonder whether or not, just like BC Housing was able to actually negotiate a deal with them to purchase the 2 floors for seniors housing, what about we work in collaboration? I know that the developer cares deeply about this community. That's why they've come back 3-4 times to try and do something. What about we approach them with a different proposal? And then to say, what about we together collaboratively do something? What about a land swap as a possibility? What about to allow for this site to be purchased by the government, to be owned by the community, so that we can see the significance and the history of what Chinatown means and to honor that with this proposal?
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Carr is next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Ms. Kwan, for being here and for your advocacy around so many issues. So you asked the minister the question around this site. What was the answer?
They're thinking about it, like all things, they're thinking about it. But you know, I think the opportunity is here. We do have a new government. They do have a new infrastructure initiative going forward. They talked a lot about housing. They talked about a housing plan. So maybe there's an opportunity here. We haven't tried. We haven't tried and exhausted all of our options. And I'm saying that we must try to honor the people who came before us, to fight that good fight and brought us what we have today, the freedoms that I enjoy today. Let's honor them today. This is our 150th anniversary of this country. The Chinese railway workers helped build this country. Without them, we may not have our 150th anniversary today. The veterans went to fight for us so that we can have the freedoms today. What about we do something to honor them? Imagine a community space where the Chinese people once upon a time were forced to stay in Chinatown because they weren't welcome anywhere else. But today, in a multicultural society, in a brand new era, where we say we built buildings to include everyone, we will take the seniors who live in the SROs right now to put them in appropriate housing, safe, secure, affordable, comfortable housing, decent housing that will honor them. What about we try?
And I gather you'd be an advocate. What is your vision for it? Is it 100% social housing? Is it 100% social housing for Chinese Canadian seniors?
I think it's social housing that would allow for a mix of communities. I would say not just Chinese, but a mix of communities to be sure. We are a multicultural society. Now, there is a great need, and so perhaps some of that need would be proportionate to the makeup of that community in terms of that demographics, right? Now, in terms of 100% social housing or less than that, I would certainly say this, more than 25 units. I would love it if it can be 100%. I would really, really love it. Maybe that's not doable, and I get that too. But we should try and find a way to get as much as possible because of that need is there. Everywhere I go, I hear people say that we need that to happen. I hear the federal government saying that they want to do this. They want to build housing for people in our community. They will listen to City Council. Don't underestimate your power and what you can leverage. The federal government needs to work with the local governments, the third order of government, to build a community that makes you proud, that makes us proud. Together, that's what it's about, and I think we can negotiate that.
Now, you have been an elected representative at all three levels of government, here in Vancouver, the provincial, and the federal. So if you were to shape the path of moving forward with, say, the purchase of this property for 100% social housing with a mix of people in it, who do you think should take the lead?
In building the project?
In the idea that you presented to us, which is that the site be purchased and the site be purchased for social housing.
Well, I think that the question is before council. I would love it if the city took the leadership and said to the federal government, this is what we want for our city. You want to honor our community, honor the Chinese community and their contributions in this 150th anniversary of our country. We ask you to do this for us. And I think that if you ask, who knows, they might just come and they might just open the door. And I think that it is entirely possible. Don't underestimate the strength of your voice, City Council, to the federal government and to the provincial government. I think together, if we all came together and say, yes, we have this vision, we will honor this vision, we'll honor the vision of our community and build this thing. And I think collaboratively, it can happen.
A final question. You talked about your fear for the future if this project goes forward in its current state. Can you spell that out for me? What is it that you fear will happen if the project goes forward in its current form?
Well, I think it overshadows those significant sites that the staff mentions as culturally sensitive, as culturally important to our community, significant to our community. I think that's the first thing. I also think that the use of the building will also alter the community in a significant way. As we see them.
You mean the condos? The fact that there will be market
condos and luxury condos, right? And we're going to have, I fear, a ripple effect that will wash over Chinatown. And maybe the face of Chinatown will change forever. Maybe we won't see the Chinatown that we see today. And I know that there are challenges and there's work that needs to be done. And by the way, there are people who want to help. There are new immigrants who are here from the Chinese community. I've talked to them from CACA. They said that they would want to come and invest to meet the needs of our community, to bring business and vitality back to our community. You know, I come from Hong Kong. I remember as a kid, there used to be a street. We call it, you know, the place where you eat. Why is it guy? People wants to eat a lot there. And, you know, it's a street full of different foods. Even in the Chinese community, there are different sort of cuisines within Chinese community. Maybe we can develop some of that in Chinatown to bring life back to Chinatown, the excitement back to Chinatown without changing the face of Chinatown. And so that's part of my vision. So I fear that, you know, those lower rise buildings, because for the most part, the Chinatown buildings are probably, you know, somewhere between 30 to maybe 70 feet high, right? And are we going to have the creeping that's going to take place with the development of this building that will actually overtake Chinatown? The clan associations and other significant historical buildings that are not designated, are we going to see redevelopments there? Are we going to see condos being developed in these other sites? If that happens, when that happens, with this first project going forward, I think that will be the end of Chinatown.
Okay, that's your time. Thanks. That's all your questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Kwan. And our next speaker is Helen Lee. And Helen Lee is followed by a cheers for you, Helen. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I think I've met most of you before, and I'd like to welcome the staff and the applicant's team as well too. I'm just warning you, this is my first time speaking at the podium, so you know, please bear with me. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak at this meeting tonight to talk about the proposed rezoning bylaw change at 105 Kiefer and 544 Columbia Street. My name is Helen Lee. I'm a registered professional planner, and I have a background in heritage conservation. I was appointed as a PIBC representative to Chapek in 2015, and I am currently the chair of this advisory committee. Chapek was established by Council to assist the Director of Planning with administering the area shortly after Chinatown and Gastown was declared provincial heritage sites in 1971. The need to protect this neighborhood and the community's recognition of its heritage value grew out of the threat of a new freeway that would demolish Chinatown in the 1960s and 70s. The committee includes a number of representatives from major Chinatown organizations, including Chinese Benevolent Association, Chinese Cultural Center, Dr. Sun Yat-sen Garden Society, and Success, all who work together to fulfill Chapek's mandate to preserve and protect the heritage and character of the Chinatown area, including advising the Director of Planning on matters relating to Chinatown. In May 2014, Chapek reviewed and generally supported the original rezoning inquiry based on initial concepts that were not much different from what you see today. Despite its general support of the design direction presented at the time, Chapek did recommend that further consideration be given to the height of the building and its impact on the adjacent neighborhood. The committee also requested additional information at the application stage to better understand the development's height and massing. And just a few months before that went to Chapek, Council had approved 2 rezoning applications in Chinatown South at 188 Kiefer and 633 Main Street. Development of these 2 much taller buildings, which ranged from 16 to 17 stories and up to 150 feet in height, were still in the early stages of construction. After 2 open houses were held in the summer and fall of 2014, construction of the 2 towers along Main Street began to take shape, and the community began to raise concerns about the overall bulk and height of the rezoning proposal. This led to 2 city-led workshops in February of 2015 to define Chinatown character, which triggered a review of the Chinatown development policies for the HA1 and HA1 districts, and staff are expected to present their recommendations to Council sometime next month. Now, in November of 2015, Chapek reviewed a revised rezoning proposal. This is the formal application that was similar to the original rezoning inquiry. By that time, the towers on Main Street were close to completion. At the meeting, Chapek unanimously agreed not to support the rezoning and expressed overwhelming concern on the scale of development, which remained as a 13-story tower, and considered that the FSR of 7.18 was still excessive for that site. The application was revised a second time, but the proposed height, number of stories, and FSR remained more or less the same. Again, 13 stories, 120 feet, and FSR of 7.06. The Urban Design Panel rejected the second revision in June of 2016, stating that the overall building form was too tall. Chapek did not have a chance to review this application because the applicant had withdrawn the proposal by that time. A third revised application, which is what you see before you today, was prepared, and an open house was held earlier this year. It happened to fall on January 10th, the day before the UDP meeting, and merely 2 days before the Chapek meeting. While the UDP, most of whom were newly appointed at the time, and unanimously supported the application, despite concern by some members on whether the scale, massing, and height were supportable, Chapek maintained its previous position not to support the application, given that it did not adequately address the earlier concerns of the committee, particularly with regard to scale, height, and FSR. At this point, it's 12 stories, 115 feet, and an FSR of 7.04. Now, in spite of Chapek's overwhelming concerns since the pre-application rezoning inquiry, concerns which it has consistently maintained throughout the entire rezoning process, the application is still being referred to a public hearing. So how did we get here? Why are we deliberating on this when essentially the proposal has been rejected at 5 previous meetings, 2 from the UDP and 2 at Chapek? The changes are so minimal, as I've already mentioned, that it would hardly have an impact on the final building form. The changes that the applicant has made have been superficial. They have been materials or setbacks, things that can be changed when we know that it goes to the development permit stage.
You're at over your 5 minutes. If you could just wrap up in a sentence, you have questions.
So I just wanted to end with something Mr. Joe Way said. He passed away just a day, before we had our Chapek meeting, which is unfortunate. But he said that upzoning the site to 120 feet in the HA1A district would be detrimental to the city's Chinatown Heritage Legacy program, and the density and bulk would transform the character in Chinatown and become unrecognizable. So I would maintain Chapek's view of not supporting the application. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Meggs, questions?
Hi, thanks. I just want to explore one part of it. I mean, I guess the Urban Design Panel and your committee are both advisory, so they don't have the power to kill a project on their own.
That's right.
Right. Just on the question of staff report, I think laid this out pretty clearly, that at 120 feet, it's possible to achieve benefits that are not available at 90 feet. So there was a discussion of the seniors units and senior space and so forth. I know Chapek didn't deal with this question directly, but perhaps you can give us some insight. Would it be preferable to leave it for a development permit application at 90 feet?
I would rather see it stay at 90 feet. The issue is with the overall bulk and the height of the building.
So that's the core question. At 90 feet, even without the amenities that might be generated, that would be more, that would be closer to your perspective on it.
Right.
Okay.
We just don't feel that what's being offered for above 90 feet are sufficient. So unless they can go way much higher in providing terms of more benefits, then we don't think it's worth it for the community.
But there is a right of the owner to apply at 90 feet and go through the development permit process.
Yes, I understand that.
And that would be preferable outcome based on this, compared to this application. At least.
Right.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor DiGenova.
Hello. Considering that Chapek is an advisory committee, Councillor Meggs had touched on that already. I'm wondering how many times this project came back to you after it visited the Urban Design Panel. If you could comment on that first.
So the first time at the rezoning inquiry, it did not go to the Urban Design Panel, is my understanding. The first revised application went to both. The second time, it only went to Urban Design, and the third time, it went to both. But the timing it went to Urban Design 3 times, and it went to Chapek 4 times, including the zoning inquiry.
I'll check with staff on that during my questions, but did you feel that you had sufficient input before it went to Urban Design Panel?
Well, that's the thing. Does Urban Design come first, or does Chapek come first? I
would ask the same question if someone was there from the Urban
Design Panel. I
Panel.
believe, because when Urban Design, it was rejected at Urban Design the second time around, it didn't come back to us. Okay. But whereas the previous application, it went to Chapek first, we rejected it, then it went to Urban Design, and I think they rejected it as well. So,
So what I'm hearing from you and understanding Chapek is a plan. I mean, it's an advisory planning committee, but it's not just based on design. It's planning for the Chinatown area. I'm wondering if you could elaborate a little bit. You were talking quite a bit about height. You answered Councillor Meggs' question on height, but on the social housing component. So I'd ask this question of another speaker and also BC Housing. Does Chapek, do you feel that there is a large inventory or not enough of an inventory of seniors housing units at the $700-ish a month amount that we're hearing from BC Housing this evening that would be achieved?
Well, the housing issue did come up at the meetings, but it didn't go into a lot of detail. We didn't get into because a lot of the organizations had other concerns, but I think there are a few organizations that actually do have housing programs for seniors, for example, Success and CBA. So they have their own housing programs in the community. But in terms of whether that we felt it was sufficient or not, in terms of this project on its own, we didn't believe that the 25 units were worth giving the additional height to 120 feet.
But you just said, and I'm wondering now, you said that there wasn't much conversation on the housing side. So was the conversation more on the design side and the height side?
No, it was.
Or was there sufficient conversation on the housing side?
It was in general, like the community benefits, and which one of them is the seniors housing. So there's also a lot of confusion too about, is it seniors or is it social housing? Is it affordable housing? And it seems that a lot of people are thinking that it's going to be seniors, but when I looked at the document, the report, the staff report, there is nothing in the either the draft bylaws or conditions that stipulates that it must be seniors housing. So could be affordable housing, but will it be serving seniors? I don't know.
Did you see page 7 and page 9 of the staff report, which actually does outline that BC Housing will be putting an RFP out to seniors? And I'm just wondering if Chapac had this information, as you have voted on something and you're coming back with it. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but in weighing your opinion, I have to consider that.
Yeah, and a lot of the details of the housing component did not come to us. All we were told at that stage was that there was going to be 25 units, and even then we weren't told that they were going to be all 25 units were going to be safer levels or whatever I'm not sure the term, but that only, just 25 seniors or social housing units, and that was it.
Okay, so I did see seniors, and I heard from BC Housing seniors, and I heard from our staff seniors, so I'm confident that it's seniors. I'm just wondering if Chapac had the information that it was for seniors housing when they did make their decision to vote on that.
That was the indication, or that was what we got from it, but there wasn't any confirmation at that stage. And I don't think there was any advanced talks with BC Housing at that time.
Okay, so now this would be new information to Chapac, which could influence the decision. Is that correct?
Perhaps. I don't know.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carr is next with questions.
Yep.
Oops, sorry.
Mayor. Thank you so much, Ms. Lee, for coming and providing the comments from the committee. I'm curious as to whether or not in your committee there has been any discussion around adjacency, i.e., areas that are next to a historic site like Chinatown, and what advice you might provide or maybe have provided in terms of your comments on sites that are developed right next to the historic site of Chinatown.
So the issue of locating such a high building next to the historic district was raised as one of the concerns, and also the fact that it was identified in the historic area height review as being one of the sites where the public lobbied to maintain it at 90 feet. And so it was, I think a lot of people are still trying to understand how that came to be, that it sort of fell through the cracks, and now it's part of this rezoning policy, which allows up to 120 feet. But I think during that time that it was quite clear that people were not supportive of 90 feet, above 90 feet.
Above 90 feet, okay. Okay, that's good to know. Has your committee discussed at all the sort of literature around historic sites and whether or not at a national level there is a need, and the city should consider things like how you treat development in areas right next to the historic site? I know that federally there are websites which talk about concerns with historic sites and what happens around. I mean, albeit they may be more natural areas, and the concern around development impinging on that. But has that come up around a historic site in your discussions?
There hasn't been a lot, but we do have the set of guidelines, the National Historic Guidelines, as well as the HA1A guidelines as well too. So these are documents that we rely on, that I'm sure quite a lot of the members don't necessarily read it. It's not something that everybody is able to understand in layman's terms. So I think the only ones that would understand are the architects or the more professional ones on the committee.
Right. Okay. Appreciate your input. Thanks so much.
Next we have Councillor Reimer.
Thanks for coming and for all your volunteer time on the committee. A quick question on the Main Street sites. Did Chapac review the Main Street buildings?
Are you talking about 633, or there's a couple on Main Street?
I was actually thinking of the two.
So the first rezoning, so let's see, I've got the summary here. So there's the one at 188 Kiefer, and then there's the 633 Main.
Okay, I think
it's the rental.
The 633 Main.
That's the rental building by Blue Sky.
Yep.
Yep. So yes, both of them had gone to council, I believe, just prior to this application coming to Chapac. I think they had gotten approval. It might have been the DP application, I believe, that was sort of within a span of maybe 6 months or something. And then it was, I think, quite close to a final approval or completion of the permitting, and that's when the 105 application was put in.
And did you review the applications for?
So I wasn't on the committee at the time.
Right, okay, but I have the addresses now. Thank
Yes.
you. You had them
Yep.
handy, so I'll look it up online. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you. Those are your questions.
All right, thank you very much.
Next, we have speaker number 1, which is King Mong Chan. Who will be followed by Jessica Chu afterwards.
大家晚安，我叫陳敬望，係台灣關注組其中一個組員同組織者。咁首先我承認我哋 Musqueam、Squamish 同 Tsleil-Waututh 個西岸原住民未同意交出領土上啦。我現在呼籲市議會去拒絕呢個發展項目申請。
Would you like translation?
I'm good, thank you. Thanks for asking. 在過去4年我哋台灣工作咧，我聽到好多前輩同我講，佢哋覺得對唔起我哋仙橋，我哋仙橋受到咁多欺壓、種族歧視，過身喺唐人街。而家唐人街變咗咩地方呢？佢哋又好憤怒，因為點解市府係會批准發展商為咗賺錢去摧毀唐人街？變化嘅主要原因包括貴族化同地產投機。自從市議會2011年放寬華埠樓宇高度之後，我哋見到唐人街文化同社群在華埠被逼遷、被邊緣化，尤其是係華人勞工階層社群。我細個就嚟加拿大住啦，但我喺唐人街度找翻我呢個文化身份作為唐人。喺唐人街，我為我係中國人覺得驕傲。喺唐人街，我覺得我為我個皮膚嘅顏色覺得驕傲。華埠係同溫哥華係建立咗我哋仙橋嘅血，係建立住我哋原住民嘅血上。為咗加拿大華人所有嘅犧牲，佢哋所受嘅苦，我哋點去為咗佢哋個貢獻？我哋而家有咩計劃去尊敬他們呢？1000尺個社交空間。25個長者房屋，而且啲數量啲可負擔個出租個價錢，我哋都唔係咁肯定，可能市價出租都唔知。我覺得簡直就係羞辱，係侮辱我哋仙橋。一個私人發展商係為咗賺錢，根本唔會足夠去尊重呢個咁重要嘅福地。所以我哋講人民係先於利益。Good evening, everyone. My name is King Mon Chan. I'm an organizer with Chinatown Concern Group. I acknowledge that we are on unceded coastal territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I'm asking City Council to reject the rezoning application. One of the primary reasons for the changes in Chinatown is gentrification and real estate speculation. Ever since City Council upzoned Chinatown in 2011, we've seen accelerated displacement and marginalization of Chinese culture and community of Chinatown, especially the Chinese working class community. I came to Canada, when I was really young, and spending the time with the community over these past years had led me to discover more deeply my cultural identity. Here in Chinatown, I have felt proud to be Chinese. I have felt proud to have the color of my skin. Vancouver is built on the blood of our ancestors. It is built on the blood of Indigenous people. For all the sacrifices Chinese in Canada have made, for all the lives lost, for all of their contributions, what is being proposed to honor them here? 1,000 square feet social space? 25 social housing units where rents can be market rate, or we don't even know exactly, no definite in the staff report, just verbal right now? This is an insult, an absolute insult to our ancestors. A private developer will never honor sufficiently this important site because it is not in the interest. We say people before profit. Sorry， 等等。OK， 我現在就交市長一份請願書去接收。咁市長而家唔喺度，希望副市長可以接收啦。有超過2000 唔該，要超過2500個人網上更加多啦，社區人士要求市長一個請願書講，去拒絕呢個發展項目申請，收購呢幅地，去滿足社區嘅需要而發展，包括低收入長者房屋同一個跨代性嘅社交文娛俱樂部。I now present a petition to the mayor to receive, or acting mayor, right now I suppose, to receive over 2,500 and more online and paper from community members petitioning you to reject the rezoning application, acquire the site, and develop the site to meet community needs, including low-income seniors housing and intergenerational community space. 市會保護唐人街心臟地帶 and City Council protect the heart of Vancouver's Chinatown. I also want to ask the City Council to make a procedural change for people requiring interpretation support to have more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. That's your time. You have no questions. Our next speaker is number 2, Jessica Chiu. Okay. Councillor Card, your point of order.
There was a request around, could you please just have the clerk explain what the procedure might be for people who require translation? And if there are more time available?
Madam Clerk, if we could just go through the translation procedure.
Speakers are allowed 5 minutes, and that does include interpretation.
So it's wrapped in.
As procedure.
Thank you.
Okay. What is your point of order, Councillor?
I was hoping that the city clerk may also describe the procedure for councillors who require translation, as I'd like to understand everything that everyone is saying, but I understand that some speakers are coming without translators.
Madam Clerk?
We actually have a translator here. She's at the podium right now to assist in translation.
Okay, so all future speakers who need that translation and are giving council information to receive would have that assistance for us?
Well, there's two things. The procedure bylaw does specify that individuals requiring interpretive services, that they should bring someone with them. However, given the volume of number of speakers requiring this, we do have an individual here that is here to provide that service. Okay. But the procedure bylaw is quite clear in that.
I understand. I believe Councillor Carr was asking for the audience. I was asking for us. Thank you.
And just, Councillor DeGenova, just so you know that Mr. Chan's gave an exact interpretation or translation of what he said.
I understand. I was asking for in future. Thank you.
Except for the acting mayor, deputy mayor part. Jessica Chiu.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. 大家好。
How are you?
咁大家今日嚟嘅目的都係只有一個，就係為着105。
There's only one purpose today is for 105.
Maybe what I might suggest is you sit down at the chair here, up front.
This chair, right here.
Up in front by the presentation. No, come forward, right there, and I'll turn on that mic for you, and you can then speak into that mic.
Okay. 咁大家今晚嚟嘅目的都係為着105嗰個地方。
So the reason why we're here is for 105 Kiefer Street tonight.
我英文講得唔係咁好。
My English is not that well.
但係好多謝師傅俾我哋嗰個翻譯，冇語言嘅障礙。
So I really thank the city providing the translation so there is no barrier in language.
我嘅目的只有一個。
There is only one purpose for me.
就係我哋可唔可以用一個角度嚟睇，將105呢個大廈橫掂喺呢個唐人街。
So there is one perspective to look at the building.
可唔可以起一個唐人大廈咧
Can we have a building for the Chinese?
希望係 for 將來。
It's for the future.
係有個歷史。
For historical reference.
因為我覺得如果有個唐人大廈咧，即係話大日有機會啲人嚟遊覽喺唐人街嘅時候睇有紀念碑。
If there is a building for the Chinese, then we can look at the monument for the Chinese people that has done the contribution.
有中心公園，有呢個文化中心。
Oh, and there is also gardens for the Chinese
即
culture
係喺呢個
center.
地帶裏邊有好多所有都係中國人嘅文化。
So we can see the culture of the Chinese in this area.
希望可唔可以嚟到，即係人哋嚟到遊覽，知道話加拿大可以肯俾我哋起一個唐人大廈嘅話，已經表面睇係唔排斥我哋嘅華人呢。
So when people are visiting Chinatown in the future, they can see that there is no discrimination against the Chinese.
亦都希望我哋咧啲華人咧可以喺唐人街以前曾經喺加拿大做過咁多嘅工作。
And also for the Chinese who has done so much contribution in the community, they can see what they have done.
喺加拿大做過啲苦力，
And they were laboring in the
希望而家
Canadian
係可以享受
society
得到加拿大嘅福利。
so that they can receive the benefits from this country.
頭先我聽到 BC Housing 講，
And I've heard from BC Housing just now.
話700蚊係可以負擔，
They said $700 is
我
affordable.
就唔係好相信啦。
I don't believe in that.
因為我啲朋友好多都攞緊政府福利，都係只係600幾蚊。
Many people are receiving welfare from the government, only have around
咁佢哋
$600.
佢哋點樣可以負擔呢個咁嘅價呢？
So how could they afford the rent for
我
$700?
真係唔明，
I don't understand that.
因為而家啲嘢咁貴，
And things are very expensive
我哋
nowadays.
日常生活啊，我哋根本都好難維持。
Everyday life is difficult to afford.
同埋我覺得希望呢個大廈咧，第日嗰個地下嘅商店咧，可以希望能夠又係有多啲中國嘅商店，
So I hope that there will be many more Chinese stores in the building,
能夠係俾啲第日老人家方便去買餸。
and so that it will be convenient for the Chinese seniors to do their shopping there.
因為我哋而家啲老人家好多時都話，
Many of the seniors are saying
我哋而家係好辛苦去買餸，因為冇乜中國人嘅鋪頭，
it's very difficult to do grocery shopping because there are not too many shops like that.
因為佢哋覺得行路困難，
And they have difficulty walking.
唔想行到咁遠。
They cannot walk that
但
far.
係唐人街而家變化咁大，
But there are a lot of changes in Chinatown now.
佢哋好難同人哋溝通，
It's very difficult for them to
因為太
communicate.
多啲西人商店喺度，
There are many non-Chinese stores
佢哋
there,
亦都買唔到嘢。
and they can buy things there.
所以我好希望咧，
So I hope
105呢個大廈能夠係一個唐人大廈，令到大家可以知道係咁呢個集中嘅地方。
I hope this site for 105 Keeper Street is a building for the Chinese.
希望下邊有個地方係俾啲老人家咧去做休息室或者係做傾談。
Hopefully there is a community space where the Chinese seniors can rest.
我講嘅嘢係咁多，多謝大家。
All I'm saying tonight.
Thank you. You have no questions. Okay. Our next speaker is Ling Wan. Can we lower the podium for her, please?
Good evening, everyone.
唐人街关注组的成员，
I am one of the concerned Chinese group in Chinatown.
首先感谢市政府的公听会，
I really like to thank the City of Vancouver to allow us to speak at this public
唐人
hearing.
街是历史悠久，世界闻名。
Chinatown is a cultural place and is well known in the world.
它是我们老祖宗用鲜血和生命换来的寂静。
This is an area where the Chinese pioneers have done a lot of contributions.
唐人街是我们的家，
It is home for us.
更是世界各民族社群多元化的家。
It's also a very diverse home.
它有古老悠久的中国特色的文化，
And it has characteristics of the Chinese culture.
瓦铺有历史纪念碑，
And it has the monument to commemorate the history.
神头税等等。
And also the head tax.
旁边有优美的中山公园。
And it also has the beautiful Dr. Sun Yat-sen Gardens.
为了保留唐人街的特色，
We have kept the characteristics of Chinatown.
我们强烈要求市政府
We like to plead to the City of Vancouver
105的房屋最高50尺，
so the maximum height is 50尺.
50
The maximum height is 50 feet.
宽50尺。
and also wide 50 feet.
105的楼房必须全部是廉价房，
And also for social housing.
也就是养老金的30%。
And also, people only need to pay the rent about 30% of their subsidy from the government.
30%。
30%.
因为唐人街有很多贵族化的高楼房，
Chinatown already has a lot of other condos.
低收入的人和年轻人，低收入的人，低收入和年轻的人，
你是说是让他们可以低收入，不是？
根本不用说买，就是连租金也难交。
So you're saying, 你的意思就是说，
太贵。
太贵 Okay. The housing is so expensive, it's difficult for young people and also for low income people.
在唐人街发展不能为私人利益而发展。
So Chinatown should not be developed for personal profits.
现在唐人街已经有许多的历史悠久的商店，和大小超市。现在唐人街已经有很多的优秀历史的商店，就是很长时间的商店。那你说历史悠久的商店。
历史都是。So Chinatown has a lot of stores and shops that has a lot of
和大小的超市，还有大小的
reaching culture.
全部比贵族化高楼
is being gentrified. It's at this point to is being replaced by a lot of taller buildings.
最后，我再次要求市政府，
So we asked the city of Vancouver.
唐人街要继承捍卫发展，继承捍卫发展。
你的意思是说？继承是什么意思？
继承是先辈的事业，我们要给他继承。
继承。
继承。
继承。So you're saying, say it again in Chinese, please.
继承。
捍卫。是捍卫。发展。So it should protect the housing for the community.
不能让少数人吞没了我们这个宝。
So the site should not be developed just for few people, but for the people in Chinatown.
要求市政府要积极帮助低层次群众，低收入。
So the city should help people in lower income to provide housing for them.
增加唐人街的文化活动
and also to promote cultural activities in Chinatown.
发展旅游项目
and also to provide more opportunity for the tourists.
成为加拿大特色的旅游热点
and also to promote the characteristics of Chinatown.
Thank you. Our next speaker is number 4, Liu Tai. Okay, good evening.
你好。
大家好。
How is everyone?
我呢次就係第2次企呢度。
And this is the second time I'm standing at this podium.
2011年。
In 2011.
我忘記，我姓劉，我係住順利樓㗎。
My last name is
呢
Lau.
位雷建華先生梗記得順利樓係邊度㗎啦，嚇。
What is Sun Lei Lau in English? Is it the Vincent Building?
喺妙人街。
It's Shawnee Benevolent.
Oh, Shawnee.
當時呢 市長坐中間，
So the mayor
雷
is
建
in the
華
center,
坐呢邊，
Councillor
呢
Lui
位鄭文儀坐呢邊。
and
2011 年
Councillor Zhang is
我
on the
嘅
other
順利
side.
樓呢得3個人代表，
So remember,
冇人
there are
肯
only
去。
3 people
我唔識
coming
英
up
文，
to
我去。
speak
我
at
今
that
年係
point.
66歲。
I'm 66 years old now.
有一位呢度仲
And there is another person
87歲，
is 87-year-old and together with me speaking at that point. And there is another one.
就係叫Linda Wong。
And
而家佢
another
搬
person
咗
is
啦。
Linda Wong. She has moved.
係，佢冇喺住順利樓，我哋3個人企喺度，係李小姐翻譯嘅。
And Miss Lee was helping with translation at that point.
當時呢個雷先生仲話李小姐翻譯錯，係我講嘅。
So Councillor Lee was saying Miss Lee was not doing a great translation. But I remember
第2次。
This is my second time.
我今日就係我來自關注組。
And I'm one of the concerned group members.
咁我哋講都係關於個105個福
And
地。
of course, it's about 105 Kiefer Street.
我哋希望嗰幅地呢，
I hope the site,
因為唐人街冇
because Chinatown
冇唐人㗎，即係唐人㗎叫做咩？即係俾嗰啲老人活動嘅地方。
there is not a space, an activity space for the Chinese seniors in Chinatown.
嗰啲老人多數呢，我聽華僑之聲就話，阿爺俾阿嫲攞翻，連開餐都冇。
So I heard that. 你嘅意思係乜嘢？再講過，唔該。
即係佢攞嗰啲老人金啦，
哦，
佢去價線路輸晒，即係阿爺俾阿嫲攞翻，冇晒。
Oh, I see. A lot of the seniors are spending money in the casino and they don't have much left for themselves.
就係我希望呢嗰笪地呢，地下係做老人嘅中心。
So I hope that the ground floor is for the Chinese seniors center.
俾嗰啲老人呢有地方去。
So that there is a place where the seniors
喺
can
嗰
gather,
度可以打麻雀、
where they can play mahjong and play chess.
篤波、玩各種運動。
And they have all kinds of different kinds of recreational
唔係
activities
啊
there.
佢哋話去 shopping， 成日去，人哋見你冇買嘢就驚住你偷。
So you don't want them just to go shopping and they may say that they might be stealing.
第二呢，我想樓上嘅就好起老人屋，因為老人屋唔夠。
So for the other floors for the building, I'm asking that would be for seniors housing.
嗰啲老人去租出邊啦，佢千幾蚊唔夠又唔夠俾租。
So if you're going to rent outside, you're going to pay more than $1,000, and the seniors do not have enough money for that.
如果佢喺出邊租呢，
If they rent
成
outside,
份老人金俾晒，
so all the old age pension will be spent on the rent.
老人又多病多痛，
And also they have health issues,
買藥嘅政府唔補。
and the bill for medicine is high.
仲有
Also,
上面呢，最好又有2層起老人院。
so also 2 floors for the senior home.
因為唐人街老人院係唐人住㗎，據我所知，即係夠嗰啲老人俾呢，只有中橋李國賢。
Okay, for the senior home for the Chinese, there is only one building, I believe, operated by Success.
OK，夠鐘
仲
啦。
有一間 就喺華工㗎。
The other one is Cathay
俾我
Villa.
講埋咁多。
Just let me speak for one
有
more
啲
point.
人講，我
Somebody
登
said-
記去老人院呢間又唔收我，咪講間又
So many seniors are saying that they're being put on waiting line. It's very
真係
difficult for them.
夠鐘啊！
係
過咗一個。
佢話去上天堂都未入
That's
到
time,
老人
Miss Liu.
院。
They have
Thank
to
you.
wait so
我
long.
講係咁多，我都
Thank you.
因為我講慢。
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
對唔住，大家當我係發噏風。
Our next speaker is number 5, Chen Hui Qing.
你係發噏風。
How are you？ 大家好。
How are you?
我係陳維星，我咧80幾歲咧，本身嗰啲嘢咧都冇關我事嘅。
I'm over 80s, and you may say that a lot of things isn't concerned with me anymore.
因為咧，我已經啲後生啊咁熱情，陳景望係我哋個阿頭。
I'm so passionate.
我係唐人街關注組嘅成員。
I'm one
我
of
開
the
咗3
concerned
年
members.
會咧成立咁耐，我開咁耐。
So I've been with this group ever since it was set up,
好多公聽會我又聽過咧。
and I've gone to many public meetings.
好似咁樣，我住咧唐人街 Kiva 305-350。
I lived on Kiva Street 350.
而家睇唐人街嘅形勢呢，相當犀利，好緊要，就來消滅嘅。
I just felt that there won't be a Chinatown anymore,
而家越來越貴族化。
and it's so gentrified.
第一個嗰啲藥材鋪啊，一間咁。
All the herbal stores were closing down,
由於咧地稅貴、屋租貴，頂唔順。
and the rent or the tax was so high.
第二個咧，嗰啲雪糕啊，5蚊7毫半至一條，你行到唐人街老人食得起個雪糕啊。
Oh, even for ice cream, it costs $5.75.
嗰個佐治嗰度咧，整條街都係咖啡店。
So coffee shops on
唐
George
人係
Street.
中意飲茶噶嘛。
So Chinese like to drink tea, not
飲一杯
coffee,
茶你知道佢做咩中意飲茶便宜啦。
because it's inexpensive to drink
一
tea.
盅排骨飯就食一半，做一半中午。但係你嗰杯咖啡700蚊一杯，佢飲得起冇？
So it's so expensive because for the Chinese, we need to afford something that is affordable.
而家咧都鬧係嗰班青年仔帶嚟嗰班老鬼，係嘛？佢而家咧邊度都去參觀過，美國嗰度三藩市又去過，人家冇高過5層。
We have gone to San Francisco. A lot of the buildings were not taller
因為我哋
than
嘅
5-story.
係啲血汗得嚟個。
So we have worked really hard.
我哋
Our ancestors.
來到嗰度死，而家都冇揾到骨。
So many have died here, and we're not able to return to
我
China.
哋紀念碑知道有
And so there's the monument, and so we can commemorate the
都冇有紀
Chinese
念碑紀念
pioneers.
就連嗰啲祖公都冇記得啦，係嘛？
So it seems to be forgotten by many.
我第一個要求
My first
100%
plea,
要俾低收入，
100%
都未
should be
夠，你幾耐
helping
低收入
the housing situation for the low-income people.
下邊嗰個基樂部咧，有冇講咩分咩族裔啊？咩唐人啊？
Whatever that club is going to have in that building,
背認㗎，冇使啲
should
人
be-
成日去賭場。
so should be called
嗰啲
the
你
seniors
知
club.
唔知？日間後排隊去賭場，你睇唔睇到？
Do you know that the people are lining up at the casino
由於冇地方去嘛，
because they don't have a place to go?
係嘛？就咁我嗰度，我兩個要求，一個咧全部100%廉價房，
So
第
only-
二個咧巨型個俱樂部，你件乜嘢都有得玩，有得睇。
So two requests. First, 100% for the low-income people, and also a senior center.
所以咧，希望咧有俾唐人適用㗎。你而家專門起嗰啲貴族化，我哋老婆仔都睇到啦，係嘛？你邊個食得起，邊個去用得啊？
So it has to be affordable for the Chinese
拎
people.
一支士的棍，去搭幾部車去幾個站咁買咗餸嚟。唐人街係得一個超市。
So there is only one grocery store in Chinatown for people to shop,
they have to go outside of the community
係嘛？
to do shopping now.
咁咪係人都睇到嘛？好似你政府講冇錢，你都係有錢都冇錢啊！你大方你去申請，國家有錢啊嘛！好似一個家庭你嗰度拉來嗰度，我哋中國人有一句咩話你知道嘛？拉上補下，唐人街而家就嚟失望嘅，咁你都應該拉來嗰度嘛？點解你講冇錢啊？
So please look at the situation in Chinatown, should pull resources in order to rebuild Chinatown.
你而家就借口冇錢。
It seems to be an excuse saying that there is no money for housing.
嗰個問題呢，早就睇到嘅，乜人都識睇到。
So the problem is so clear. You should be able to see the problem in
私人屋好難搞啊！
Chinatown.
你嗰私人屋冇錢，你申請國府議員啦，係嘛？國家有錢咩？你成個屋太華邊度大把錢？你撥呢個唐人街。
So the federal government should do have money and should
再一個你嗰啲
contribute
嗰啲人頭稅
in Chinatown.
你又講補償
夠鐘啊！
夠鐘係嘛？補償你就係俾遺孀啲仔女冇得喎，咁拎人頭稅邊啊？拎出來吧，係咁多。
What about the money that's given to the hack tax?
There's some questions for you. Angela, you want to translate?
唔好意思，講個鐘。
冇緊要。
Yeah.
Councillor Carr, you have some questions.
I do have a question. Thank you for coming and raising the issues you have. My question is around the point you made around the need for a Chinese senior center. And I
Councillor
wanted...
Carr, short questions for the translator.
等我
I know, but I'm speaking to her. I'm assuming she can hear me.
I know, just give her a chance to translate.
translate for you.
Understand it, right?
冇講係嘛？
OK，佢嘅問題係問你頭先提過咧，有需要係有一個咧係奇英嘅中心啊。
係。
Yes. So what is the vision for a senior center, and how is it different from the cultural center that's already there?
佢想問嘅咧就係到底一個老人中心或者奇英中心同一個文化中心有咩唔同咧？
文化中心好多咯，奇英中心係去嗰度娛樂，去嗰度玩，等你度過晚年。文化中心咧有中文學、英文學，好多娛樂，又唔同咯。
So basically, a senior center is where a place that they can gather together, and the cultural center is more for cultural activities.
And is the proposal that that Mr. Beattie talked about, and the one that we've in front of us, is that proposal's cultural space the kind of seniors space that she wants?
發展商咧有講過咧係有一個俾社區嘅一個嘅地方啦。咁你覺唔覺得佢係講緊一個老人中心咧？
係老人中心社區地方幾多咯？而家就俾十二個房間啦，係嘛？嗰間屋咁乜嘢？你咁多嘢就得喎？你知道欠幾多低收入嘅房嘛？而家政府啊得質博，我講你聽啦。嗰日文化中心嗰個歷史規劃展演會。 咁我哋冇得入，我哋跟住咗喺冷巷嗰度坐。後來見到冇意思嚟，叫我哋入去。13個人雷建華都喺度，雷建華代表時間。
俾我翻譯一下嚇。So the other day there was a meeting at the cultural center, but the community members were not allowed to be in the meeting.
雷建華就代表示威，我數過13個人。
And so Councillor Lui was representing the city.
有8個舉手。
So 8 people out of 13 people. 你講贊成係嗰個發展係嘛？
贊成個發展，我反對嘅。
So 8 people out of 30 people in that group were agreeing to the opposing or agreeing?
我哋
opposing the rezoning.
佢哋8個人同意啊，我哋
反對。同意反對啊！
同意反對。
Okay, so 8 out of 13 have agreed to oppose.
我真係講佢成日開公聽會，成日去開發展好多個會，開好多次㗎啦。佢第一次佢又冇有中文，
You know, there are so many meetings and there is no Chinese translation.
第二線咧又有中文有英文，佢又講得冇落
So the second time, there's some Chinese material
所以
provided.
開公聽會開好多次嘅，
So we have to go through so many meetings.
係嘛？嗰晚黑我諗到，得啦，翻去慶祝咯，13個人有8個人舉手嚟，我誰知又冇得，後來又冇得，又要開公聽會就咁道理咯，成日開公聽會。
其實佢答要
Is that your questions, Councillor Carr?
It is, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
有咩啦？
係咁多啊。
Thank you.
Just for clarity, she was speaking of the CHAPAC meeting, where Councillor Jang and I are the liaison to the CHAPAC meeting. Okay. Our next speaker is number 6, Chan Sam Gu.
Hi，我哋係陳心嬌。
My name is 陳心嬌。
我係跟住組嗰啲會員嚟嘅。
I'm also one of the members of the concerned group.
我哋叫1人咩啊？1人5係嘛？起嗰啲唐人嗰啲大廈。 俾我哋嘅唐人誌啊！
So I'm hoping that it will be a building for the Chinese.
睇啲咩講啊？
俾啲機會佢翻譯嘅。
坐下傾下偈啊咁樣，唔好行埋冷一齊西人，淨係起高俾我哋，淨係中國人住。
So we hope that is a building only for the Chinese, where we can gather together and socialize.
起多啲啲house咪俾我哋啲人住，而家啲老人啊，好多老人上咗50幾歲、60歲，我有5個啊，又等住嗰啲屋住啊。
So there are many of my friends who are 50s and 60s, so are hopeful to get housing for them.
我啲冇咩嘢講啊，係㗎，係講嚟講去都係講起啲老人屋嘅啫，冇咩，我又而家又。
Really want to speak for having housing for seniors.
我哋就係叫嗰啲唐人住呢度啊，起多啲啦，你就叫政府起多啲老人新聞都未夠啊。
We hope the governments will have more buildings for the Chinese seniors.
好啊，唔該晒，拜拜。
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm 87 years old.
Our next speaker is number 7, Lily Tang.
Everyone.
你哋好，我今日好開心能夠喺呢度發表我自己嘅意見。
I'm very happy here to express my thoughts.
因為我讀書唔係多，所以我連中英文都唔係好識。
I'm not very educated. I'm not very good in Chinese or English.
但我而家70幾歲，我依然走去學英文。
I'm over 70s and I'm still learning English.
我希望能夠多啲投入呢個社會度。
I hope to participate more in our society.
但係我今日我覺得我都好傷心。
I'm very sad today.
點解啊？
Why?
因為我哋都係爭呢，為咗1052嚟嘅。
We are all coming here for 105 Kiefer Street.
我可以講啊，我記得我今日講咗出嚟先，我係反對呢個 project 嘅。
I am opposing the project.
點解咧？因為你哋都話講我呢個係一個歷史區。
This is a historic area. What does it mean to be a historical site?
一邊係呢個紀念碑。
One side is the monument
紀念嗰啲先人嘅。
commemorating our veterans and our pioneers.
一個係我哋國父嗰個公園紀念嘅。
And also Dr. Sun Yat-sen Gardens.
呢班佢喺Chinatown嗰度全條街都係以前嘅歷史嚟嘅。
So it's full of the history in Chinatown.
請問你哋乜嘢叫歷史呢？
To you, what is history?
歷史家我哋正在喺度改變緊啊！
We are changing history right now.
我唔mind你哋改變唐人街。
I don't mind you change
因為
Chinatown.
唐人街唔係屬於我哋中國人嘅，
Chinatown doesn't only belong to the Chinese.
係屬於我哋全個加拿大嗰啲人
It
嘅。
belongs
係
to
咪
the
啊
whole country of Canada.
我哋咁投入，都係希望我哋大家
We are so involved, we want to integrate into the
融入一個
community.
社會，大家融合。點解咁多高樓大廈一定要起喺唐人街呢？
How come there are so many tall buildings in Chinatown?
嗰唐人街而家變咗好貴族化嘅。
It's so gentrified.
你睇下，我入去個 store 度睇一個長形個麵包，大約咁大個。
When I went to a bakery store, and it's not a big one,
嗰間鋪頭，你哋入去睇睇，或者你哋消費到，我哋老
maybe
人
you
真
can
係冇辦法
afford it, we
消費。
cannot afford that.
嗰個麵包3蚊一個咁樣。
One bun costs $3.
我唔mind你哋點樣去賣嘢，但係喺唐人街咧係一個平民化嘅地方。
Of course, people are free to have that kind of store in Chinatown, but
我希
it's not affordable to us for people in Chinatown.
我希望你哋市政廳或者市政府留意下唐人街啲地稅係咪應該值得咁貴嘅咧？
I hope the city will look into the taxation that people have to pay in Chinatown.
點解會有咁多人要搬走咧？
How come so many people are moving out?
因為佢哋話地稅太貴啊！
Because the tax is too high for them.
一年佢要成6萬蚊啊！
It's $60,000 a year.
一日幾多錢啊？請問？
So every day is a very high cost to them.
要我自己個人嘅意見，即係嚟睇，我應該
According to my own opinion,
如果係想發展唐人街嘅，或者你可唔可以？
if we are going to redevelop Chinatown,
如果係想話保持中國人嘅文化，可唔可
want
以
to keep the culture of Chinese,
津貼下少少嗰啲做生意嗰啲人
maybe
咧？
there should be some subsidy to the Chinese merchants.
唐人街應該係保持翻我哋中國嘅文化。
The Chinese culture should be kept in Chinatown.
如果你係想話起，我唔係話唔阻止個地球轉，唔準你哋話喺唐人街起高
I'm
樓。
not asking for changes to halt.
因為105嗰個地點係我哋係一個唐人街嘅中心嚟嘅。
105 Kiefer Street site is a hub area for Chinatown.
而且我哋呢度咧就喺唐人街冇一個中國人嘅中心喺個 community 喺嗰度。
And there isn't a Chinese area there, a Chinese community space there.
咁如果好多老人走去賭場，都唔知去邊度。
Many seniors don't know where to go. They go to the casinos.
咁如果係有個地方集中埋一齊咯，佢哋
But
可
if
以
there is a place where they gather, they can socialize there.
咁如果係佢有細佬哥可以有去嗰度
And
整
even
個
the families and the
所
children, and there could be a child care there.
咁樣仲大家咧老人同細佬哥融合咗咧，咁大家都開心。
So the
咁樣好
seniors and the children can mingle together.
咁樣咧就又可以辦一啲即係比較有啲伙食啊，又有啲嘅經濟啲嘅食嘢喺度。
And also there will be more economic meals being provided there.
Okay, that's your time. 夠鐘啦。
Okay, sorry about that. Okay.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Yifu Su, number 8, followed by number 9, Doug Halverson.
Good evening, everyone. I prefer speak my language. Actually, this is Chinatown language in order to let more people who don't understand English. So this is a beautiful lady sitting there helping me. 我個名叫做蘇毅夫，唐人街嘅一份子，非常關注建築 同埋樓宇。我喺溫哥華住咗37年，見證咗唐人街由興旺走向衰落。唐人街現在人流少，生意難做，人去樓空。
My name is Su Yifo. I'm a member of Chinatown and have been living in Vancouver for over 37 years. I am interested in constructions and real estate development. I have seen Chinatown with its ups and downs. I am saddened to see traffic and business in Chinatown for the past years has been struggling and going downhill. Business are unable to survive due to above reasons, thus many empty stores.
我哋今日要討論嘅建築項目就係105希佛街同埋544哥倫比亞街，原址30年前係一個收車庫、汽油站，現在係泊車場。
Today we are discussing about this project located at the intersection of 105 Kiefer Street and 544 Columbia Street. 30 years ago, this location used to be a car repair shop and a gas station. At the moment, it is a parking lot.
毗鄰中山公園、中華文化中心、華埠廣場，對面係華埠紀念廣場，也係從南向北嘅唐人街嘅門戶。如此重要嘅地方，卻荒廢咗幾十年，犯罪活動喺呢度經常發生，到處都係有人抌垃圾。
It is located close to Dr. Xu Ying-seng's Park, Chinese Cultural Center, adjacent to Memorial Square. This area is the representation of Chinatown. However, the piece of land behind the Memorial Square has been left unattended for many years, and many crimes occur nearby and lots of random strangers disposing garbage in the laneway and also the alleyway at the back of the buildings.
呢個應該係非常體面嘅門戶，暴露在世人面前嘅係咩呢？除咗上述我講嘅之外，仲有係基化街與 Penta 街之間嘅後巷嘅破爛嘅牆壁，加上滿都塗鴉、巨型嘅垃圾桶、林立嘅電線桿，同埋掛着一捆捆肩負着重任嘅電線。上下波動，雨夜人稀，燈火暗淡，一片凄涼落寞。
Other than that, in the alleyway around Pender and Columbia, graffitis are found all over the back walls and large garbage bins. Also, the sight of electrical poles and wires are not pleasant to the most. At nighttime, it is an empty and discouraging scene with barely anyone walking in the streets.
我哋應該俾呢個門戶有一個好嘅面貌，需要有一個屏風，一個與周邊環境和諧、互相襯托、互相輝映、美麗，最大限度地充分利用土地資源，並適用於未來發展需求嘅建築物。
We need to revitalize and rebuild this significant area of Chinatown. Memorial Square area needs a well-designed building development to improve and restore Chinatown and to serve its community. Right now, we need a building that not only add value to the image of Chinatown, but also beneficial to the people and the business in Chinatown.
現在我哋大家都知道，已經係冇可能將呢塊地變成公園，政府也唔會將呢塊地買回來。
We all know that it is impossible to convert this land into a park. The government will not buy this land back from the developer.
現在只有兩個選擇，第一個就係讓發展商建九層樓，對唐人街沒有一點好處。
Right now, we have two options. One is to build a 9-story residential building which does not benefit Chinatown.
第二個選擇，
趙先生，夠鐘啊！
我哋可唔可以 wrap up 1 minute?
Just finish off your translation?
Okay, I'll just finish off with translation. Second option is to build a 12-story residential building, which includes 25 mid to low income BC housing for seniors, a 1,200 square feet ground level activity center. This provides different organizations in Chinatown to host meetings, events, mailing address with affordable rental fees, especially to provide a place for our residents and senior members no longer required to walk up 2 to 3 flights
So if you could just stop there for a minute, and you have some questions. Councillor Ball.
Yes, I'm sorry, I could not hear. It would be helpful if we could be able to hear the translation.
You could ask your question, Councillor Ball.
I'm asking to be able to hear the translation. I couldn't hear any of the last few minutes at all.
I think the issue was the translator was reading the last script, and Mr. Su hadn't actually said those words. That's why we were having some interaction there. Okay. Councillor Ball, if okay.
Is it possible to hear the speaker?
The speaker is done. What is your point of order, Councillor DiGenova?
I'm not sure if Councillor Ball had the same issue as me, but when people shout from the balconies or from the gallery, it's difficult to hear the translator or the speaker. It's happened on a number of occasions, and I was hoping that you, as chair, Councillor Louis, could remind people that they would be asked to leave if they continue to shout during other people's or councillors' comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I will remind people not to shout out, and please maintain decorum here in council chambers. Not to leave, but I hope that people do conduct themselves in a respectful manner. Councillor Ball, did you have any further questions?
Yes, I do feel, as I have been making notes on each person's speaking, that not being able to hear the speaker leaves me without information that I should.
Okay, but do you have questions for the speaker?
Yes, I would like to hear the last minute and a half of his speech, which I could not hear.
You should ask the question.
So if the translator could speak, I would appreciate it.
Ask Mr. Su.
Thank you. If Mr. Su could give us his last minute and a half of his speech, his last couple of sentences, I could not hear any of them.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good.
I'll just speak for him.
Thank you very much.
In translation. The second option is to build a 12-story residential building, which includes 25 mid to low income BC housing for seniors, a 1,200 square feet ground level activity center. This provides different organizations in Chinatown to host meetings, events, mailing address with affordable rental fees, especially to provide a place for our senior members no longer required to walk up 2 to 3 flights of stairs to attend a meeting. The above-mentioned project has already been altered and improved many times by the developer to provide more benefit to Chinatown and to match the appearance of Chinatown. More and more people are accepting this project and finally understand the benefit of it. Once this project is complete, I am sure it will improve the look of Chinatown, improve the traffic to local stores and restaurants, and become a great example of development actually benefiting the society of Chinatown. We sincerely wish the approval of this project by the City of Vancouver. Thank you.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you very much.
Do you have anything further?
No, I appreciate being able to hear it now. Thank you.
All right,
I
thank you.
have some protected list to deliver in.
You can deliver it, yes.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ball. Those are your questions. I'll move on to the next speaker. Is number 9, Doug Halverson. Oh, sorry. Councillor Reimer, you have a point of order?
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt the last speaker given the challenge of getting the information, but I think it would be helpful because a number of people can't see that some people appear to bring their own translation and some are using the city translator. So when we're switching back and forth, I think it would be helpful for it to note who is actually speaking the translation, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Halverson, do you need translation?
No. Maybe the other way.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Mr. Halverson, welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Louis and members of council. I'm Doug Halverson, and most of us have met before. I was president of Sun Yat-sen Garden in 2010 when I first appeared right here, and it was concerning the Kiefer Triangle. And tonight I'm here as a private citizen and also a participant in the Vancouver Chinatown Revitalization Committee from time to time, and I'm opposed to the zoning. I want to start by acknowledging Joe Way tonight, but I also want to acknowledge staff and council because both worked so much on the same stuff. I considered both of them and threw myself into the package as progressives who want Vancouver to be a better place. And this discussion, I think, has been really hard on us all because it's taken people who've worked so much, council's done so much on revitalization in Chinatown, and now there's a lot of us who are uncomfortable being in the same place together, and that's a shame when that happens. But we have to motor on. In January 2010, Council heard the first round of public submissions on the general idea of taller buildings in Chinatown, and the future of Kiefer Triangle was especially contentious because of the visual impact it would have on the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Garden and on historic Pender Street, which has since then been recognized as a National Historic Site. And after the speakers finished, Council passed this motion. Further, that the Kiefer Triangle site is not supported by Council as a higher building site, and further, that the heights above the base zoning height of 90 feet on this site would be of concern due to potential impacts. To my knowledge, this motion has never been rescinded by Council, but it certainly isn't apparent in the zoning documents that followed in 2011. And the Kiefer Triangle no longer appeared as a potential site for taller buildings in those documents, but Council's explicit non-support was also missing. So that just disappeared. Now I understand those kind of motions have a right to disappear. But whatever the reason for the change, whatever led you to vote unanimously against the taller building on the site in 2010 remains the same tonight. There are few buildings on Pender Street taller than 60 feet. I say few, I don't know of any, but there might be one, so I'll say few to be safe. The proposed building tonight would loom over its surroundings, even if its skinnier shoulders now make it appear to be less of a building than originally. According to the proponent, the proposed building will now include 25 units, and this is from the proponent's website, of low to moderate income seniors housing. And when I read that, and I've learned some things here tonight, but when I read it, I thought, isn't that amazing that rental housing available to people, affordable to seniors with moderate income, would be considered a community benefit in Vancouver. I'd hope, and I know this is we all struggle with this, but surely we'd like a city where one could build housing that was moderate. I have a hard time seeing that as a community benefit, however. Anyway, whatever deal is worked out to allow the low and moderate income seniors to place in Chinatown, the community concession will be to allow a building 3 stories taller than otherwise allowed, taking the building to double the height of its historic neighbors. No matter how faded the tones of the architectural renderings or the model, those 3 stories will dominate the historic district, just as the new Main Street buildings, and I see them on the model too, now dominate Main and Kiefer Street. When we sat around talking about those general zoning changes, we never had, we at least lay people like myself, couldn't imagine what we were thinking would be good. 7 years ago, Chinatown needed economic stimulus. Encouraging residential development made sense, and it still does, but it's a matter of degree. We now see land assembly and the promise of greater densities pushing property values so high that property taxes are driving out small business. Property assessments increased 1/3 to 1/2 between 2015 and 2016. It's especially problematic for Chinatown, whose very character is dependent on independent retailers.
So you're at your 5 minutes?
I'm at my 5 minutes.
Just wrap in a sentence and you have a question.
Well, I think rather than stumble around with it, if there's a question, I'll answer the question.
Okay, Councillor Carr is first up.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Mr. Halverson. That's new information for me, and I appreciate that. And I'm talking about the motion that you said was passed by council in 2010. So that precedes the rezoning or the height rezoning in 2011, correct?
That's correct.
What prompted council to pass that motion?
Well, it was a hearing, I suspect something like the one that's starting tonight. And I certainly, fortunately, just having to do 5 minutes here, went home. So that's something maybe some of the other councillors who were here would know. I think the range of discussions were very similar to what we've heard so far, and what I'm sure you will hear.
And the council motion said that there was concern over heights above 90 feet, did you say?
Yes, because in that package of changes, we took the base height from 70 feet to 90 feet.
And in that rezoning?
Yes, and in hindsight, by the way, when I've heard so much talk about, well, we only have 3 feet or 3 stories from 90 feet to 120 to get community amenities from, I wonder now why we went from 70 to 90, because we would have had 5 feet or 5 stories if we had kept the height at 70. But I just was standing here.
I'll
so
ask
I can't
staff
answer
that
those
question.
questions.
I'm interested in that too. Can you, have you provided those comments to us in written form?
Not in this iteration. I will do that.
Could you do that? Thank you before the closure of public comment.
Yes, I will do that.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
You have questions from Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to refer to pages 7 and pages 9 of the staff report again, where the applicant chose not to actually build as high as staff have recommended, which is, although give or take 3 feet, staff were recommending, especially for the commercial space, I understand that it should actually be 3 feet higher. I understand that the applicant responded to my question that I'd answered, but is there an issue? Do you see the issue with anything above 90 feet, or do you see the issue with what the applicant is proposing, which we've heard from staff is in the reconsideration? In fact, they could go 3 feet more, and our staff would like to see that.
Again, if you look at the model, you can't see Pender Street from where you are, but in comparison to Pender Street, I don't know what difference 3 feet makes on 115. 115, 118 is all a lot of building.
Okay. Now, housing and affordability in Vancouver aren't words that affordable housing in Vancouver doesn't usually go together, but we don't just see within our policy here, we see within policy, and we have to consider policy before us at a public hearing, where social housing is actually given as a benefit by the city, a public benefit. So do you have an issue with social housing being a public benefit just on this site for Chinese seniors? Which I understand there was a lot of confusion. Even Chapac didn't understand that it was exactly for seniors until this evening. I understand from the comments that their representative made. So do you have an issue with the policy as a whole, overall for the city of Vancouver, or directly with this project?
I have only a policy or a problem with the idea of for 1 floor of social senior social housing. I think the proponent calls it, I use their terms, low to moderate housing for low to moderate income seniors. The problem is that the price you pay for that is the additional 3 stories. And these are difficult. It makes me sound like some kind of aesthete that doesn't want the historic skyline crowded, but yet that's a big price. And those floors at the top are the most valuable floors. And as we were talking about how you calculate the real price of those housing units, that struck me to be a very complicated calculation. If you were to take that floor off and have the building, take the floor of seniors housing out and have the building go to 11 stories instead of 12 stories, what would that do you know, just say, forget about the seniors. Just build it as you would, leave it out. What would that do to the value of those suites on top? I don't know, but I do know you pay more as you go up. So it's quite helpful to have some community building underneath your building.
So are you proposing that are you suggesting, and you don't have to answer my question, that the developer should have submitted an application without any social housing and just 11 stories?
No, I'm just saying there's a trade-off being asked for here. Give us height, we'll give you social housing. And there might be a better way to get the social housing.
Do you think that those units would be any less valuable or valuable? And I don't know. I mean, I've asked BC Housing, and fair enough, they can't say what their negotiations with the applicant is to purchase those units. But we don't very often see BC Housing coming to the table ahead of time. I'm very happy to see this. I've been asking our staff often if we're working with BC Housing.
You have a question, Councillor DiGenova?
Yes, I'm getting to my question. My question would be, so would you consider those that the developer would be making less money if I mean, that's what I heard you suggesting. The developer would be making less money if they didn't provide social housing units.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying having the floor of social housing units sold off at cost is a nice platform to probably get a better price for the top units. It moves them higher.
Okay, but you do understand tonight, after we've heard from
I'm not
BC Housing, that it's for seniors.
Yes, and you're not going to have me as a presenter say I don't want housing for seniors. We all want housing for seniors. And we want housing for a lot of people. And I appreciate the bind you're in. I also, by the way, don't think it's the municipality's job to solve this. This is a huge economic issue, and the municipality needs help.
Our mayor promised
that
it
is
in
your time.
2000.
Thanks. Very much.
Okay,
Thanks. That's your questions. Our next speaker is Larry Grant. Elder Larry Grant. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, and Council. I'm Larry Grant. Ayutlak is my Musqueam name, and I come from the Musqueam First Nation, but I also lived part of my life here in Chinatown. I lived here in the 1930s, 1940s, 1950s. I'm half Chinese. My father is from China. And we've watched Chinatown grow up and down. It was very, very vibrant when we were young. The gambling joints were just hopping. And today we have the casino, and it's the same problem. It's nothing to do about money. It's about a habit that you can't break. But we have seen how vibrant Chinatown can be. And we know that it's not just the CPR that are the labor contractors. We had Chinese labor contractors that grew rich and also built private buildings here. Very, very, very the same process. And it's something to watch the change from the 1940s to now, where businesses have gone dead, and we all have an idea why it's gone dead. The second and third generation have moved somewhere else, become profitable businessmen somewhere else, and have not reinvested in Chinatown. We have some today, but they still have single room only buildings, and that does not build the vibrancy of Chinatown. So I'm just speaking in favor of the proposal, but what I want to add is I've been to China a couple of times, been to Hong Kong, and the city's basically all British, and it's all high rises. Been to Shanghai, same thing. Yeah, Hong Kong has the reputation as having the most high rises in the world, more than New York City. Been to Beijing, seen the differences there in the different structures and how it works together. Been to Zhongshan, seen that. Been to Seimun, the village. Been to several other heritage villages that are being protected. They want to protect those buildings in those villages, very much as what is happening here. However, when you have a good look at those buildings, they don't have any Chinese characteristic to it. They're designed by European architects. Some of the largest buildings that I saw by some of the family members here that are opposed to the proposal, designed by Roman architects. And they want to protect all of that. And also got to see the Sun Yat-sen Museum and got to read about him. Sun Yat-sen, the big man, Zhongshan, he had a dream, he had a vision. He took and went to medical school, and he wanted better medical for the Chinese people, Western style. Wanted better education for the Chinese people, Western style. Wanted better transportation to connect the country, Western style. Transportation, education, medical, and homes, rebuilding the buildings. Sun Yat-sen himself had that vision. And that's something that I saw when I was in China. And to me, that's what's happening here. The Memorial Center is that little curve, that little triangle in front of the garage. That was there when we were kids. Across the road, what have we got? That represents Chinatown, a parkade that replaced the gas works that was there originally. The gas works that supplied the city of Vancouver for the coal gas for the stoves and the coke process for the manufacturers. So that has changed already there. All the nightclubs are gone. All the acts that used to come here don't come here anymore. The businesses are dying because we don't have a diversity of income housed here in Chinatown. And that's what makes a vibrant community, the diversity of income. And that's what I see in the proposal that we have here tonight, that I know a lot of people are upset, and I probably would be too if I was living here, but I'm not. And I'm quite sure that many of the opponents actually have not been in this country very long. I've only been here 80 years, and I'm not very, I'm a first generation half Chinese, so it's something to see all of this about community, intergenerational, family connection with that proposal, with the 25 units and the community space in the bottom, and how they restructured the commercial space downstairs so that it represents the original Chinatown, where the alleyways were actually places that you went into to reach the businesses, the Green Door Cafe and places like that, and the gambling joints that were in back. Never mind the brothels, but that's all part of that. So that I'm speaking in favor of the proposal, and I'm only speaking from a historical point of view and how it's trying to bring together intergenerational, familial and diversity in income. So that's
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you, Elder Grant. No questions for you. You covered all the bases.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Before I call the next speaker, just a reminder to everyone here, we had said from the outset that we will go till 11 p.m. this evening. And so there's just under 2 hours left to go hearing speakers. And we will be on speaker number 14 next. Maybe get Angela to, if you would say in Cantonese, that we will be reconvening on Thursday night at from 6 to 11 p.m. as well. Tonight we go till 11, and then we're back on Thursday from 6 to 11 to continue with hearing from speakers. Angela, could you translate that for me, just in case there are people here who don't know how much time is left tonight?
今晚嘅會議咧會去到11點啦，然之後仲有好多嘅人未能夠發表意見嘅，就會係禮拜4嘅時候。
多謝。Okay, so we are going to speaker number 14. We had a couple that were withdrawn, and now we're on speaker 14, which is Cyrus Lee, followed by Henry Tom. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, I really like the last speaker, Larry's, all the history that give me all the memory, go through the last 30 years or 40 years. On behalf of Chinese Real Estate Professional Association of BC and Vancouver Chinatown Lions Club, our club managed 2 senior manors from BC Housing for the last 30 years, one on Campbell Street and one on Main Street. So we have a lot of experience managing senior home. And when I look at this proposal, 105 Kiever, I say, wow, we'll have another 25 senior affordable housing. Great for Chinatown. Our manor is close to Chinatown, but not at Chinatown. But this is a very good location for senior, for sure. Offering 25 housing units for low-income senior. That's one of the reasons, and we have many reasons to support this rezoning. Offering below market rent to nonprofit senior recreation center. Good mixture of 1 to 3 bedroom unit, ideal for young family who wish to remain in the neighborhood. Street level commercial space offer residential to shop and eat within the community. Providing housing community with new resident, and is definitely a driving force for economic growth and to revitalize Chinatown, which indirectly benefit Chinatown business and property owner. As city staff say, this is a private property and it's not for sale. They don't have to go through the rezone. They can just go build 9-story with no low-cost housing for senior. We want the low-cost housing senior. Of course, it's a business world. You know, you have give and take. So that's why we support this rezoning. You know, I hope after 2 weeks we can do the final and we can start see a new building again in Columbia and Kiever. At the same time, our night market start. Our Chinatown night market, we start this year again. And they're a big supporter too. And later on, when they finish, I'm pretty sure they're still supporting the community. I'm also a VP for the VCMA, Vancouver Chinatown Merchants. So I really support the new building, good mixture. I remember when I first came to Vancouver, the property value is Chinatown is same price as Robson Street. And then after that, nobody come. Our alley smell is dirty, everything. Everybody move out. Nobody live in Strathcona, not Chinese anymore. So they don't come and shop. It's not because of the heritage or something they don't come to shop. They can go to Victoria Street, they can go to Fraser Street, Metrotown, Richmond. So we have to change. The merchants from Chinatown have to change because of City Gate, Tinsel Town, Yale Town, now Olympic Village. Those are all newcomer, young people. They still have to shop, they have to eat. So we need better restaurant, we need better grocery. Grocery is another thing, you know. Before, most of the grocery don't speak English. You come there, that's why BIA, we have to do the translate all the herb or veggie into English or Chinese. But now we don't have to do that because we have good mix of people living in Chinatown, Yale Town, and Citygate. So they all come to shop, but the business in Chinatown, we have to improve. We have to have a King's Farm or a better quality stuff. Selling milk, cheese, ham. Right now, Chinatown, you can't even buy those things. But the people who live around Chinatown, they do shop. They have to go to urban fair, which is a lot more expensive. But in Chinatown, it's always fresh and cheap, and the price is reasonable. So we have to keep that image out, and people will come back to Chinatown. We will support this rezoning. Thank you. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. No questions for you. Next speaker is number 15, Henry Tom, followed by Matthew Sue. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Henry Tom. I'm speaking in support of the rezoning proposal at 105 Kiefer Street as an individual who has been a resident, a worker, a volunteer, a business owner, or a property owner in Chinatown for more than 55 years. I've been a supporter and participant in the Chinatown neighborhood planning process, the economic revitalization strategy development long before its adoption in 2012. I believe that this rezoning proposal fulfills many of the key aspirations of the plan. The proposal will bring many more residents to Chinatown with a resulting enhanced feeling of security on the street and greater local customer base for Chinatown businesses. The proposal will enhance the cultural landscape with a secured cultural space for Chinese seniors. The senior housing component is a significant addition to the senior housing stock in Chinatown. I believe that the form and massing as well as the appropriate respect to the Chinatown Memorial Square are well done, but I'll leave it to the planning to make sure that there will be continued design improvement through the development permit process. I encourage Council to consider this proposal on its merits and what it will bring to the Chinatown community. I hope that Council will not regard this single proposal as the touchstone for all that's wrong in Chinatown. Just as there are many complicated reasons for the decline of Chinatown, its revitalization will require the considered efforts of many diverse individuals and organizations. I believe that the continued success of Chinatown as a living, breathing, and working community needs a diverse residential population, a thriving retail business community, and a strong, stable cultural base. It needs the continued efforts by institutions like the Mall Society to rehabilitate its own society building and retail space. A vibrant Chinatown needs organizations like the Dr. Sen Gardens and the Chinese Cultural Center to continue their good work to bring visitors to Chinatown. The Chinatown Merchant Association and the BIA need to continue to advocate for small businesses in Chinatown. The community needs the work of Youth Collaborative for Chinatown to make Chinatown an intergenerational attraction. In addition, the Planning Department, the Chinatown Revitalization Committee, with the rest of the Chinatown community, will need to continue to work together to refine the Chinatown neighborhood plan so that future developments in Chinatown can be even better. Chinatown also needs the work of Council to help make property taxes more affordable for small businesses, both here and elsewhere in the city. In addition to all these moving parts, I believe that a vibrant Chinatown needs to keep the confidence of the small business and the development community so that they will continue to invest in the area. A developer coming to Chinatown should expect that the application of rezoning policies and development guidelines will be very tough. They should know that the Chinatown development environment is a very demanding one. The process has to be fair though. When the city-wide real estate cycle finally ebbs, Chinatown will still need investment by small businesses and developers to help deliver on the key pieces of the Chinatown vision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You have a question from Councillor Louis.
Mr. Tom, thank you for coming this evening. Just a question. I know that you're involved in the Chinatown Revitalization Committee for some time.
Yes.
It's been, and when was that?
I was chair until about 2 years ago.
And when did you start?
Oh, not quite 55 years, but probably about 5 years before, I guess.
Okay. So you were there when council had
yes.
gone through the process to create
during the
current-
HRHR, HRHR, yeah.
And you were there when we did the 10-year process to develop the plan. So now that you've seen some development in the area, what's your opinion? Because we've heard some differing opinion on it, and because you're involved and actually the chair of that, I want to get your opinion.
My personal opinion is that it needs work. I think, as almost as soon, even before the ink was dried, we several of us actually had put together a Chinatown character workshop, and I think staff will remember that we actually produced a Chinatown character document where that staff shared with the development committee, telling them, while the development guidelines and the development guidelines are written already, these are sort of some intangible and probably more difficult to nail Chinatown character things that we want to include in development applications.
Okay, and so with that in mind, this application, you're supportive of it?
I am, I think that we need, like I said, I think we need to be fair in the process. And I think it's due. I think the application, the proponent bought the land with certain expectations, and while we don't expect council or the city to deliver on those expectations, the process needs to be fair, I think.
Okay. I also know that you were on the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association.
Yes.
Chair, vice chair?
No, just a director.
Just a director. And how long were you a director there?
I'd say 12 years.
And so from that perspective, what's happening in Chinatown and for businesses?
We like, with all its warts on the new developments, I think they've brought residents, they brought a certain activity to the streets that we hadn't seen before. For all its warts, we do see improvements. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Tom. On page 19 of the report, I mean, there's been a lot of talk about social housing and amenities, and considering Councillor Louis had asked you about your experience in Chinatown and its revitalization and being culturally sensitive to preserving the heritage there. But on page 19, it also talks about, and I asked our staff, about the $1.634 million in CACs, and some change. I'm wondering, I mean, our staff have said they're not earmarked for anything, but DCLs usually, I know that our staff try their best to make sure that they stay in the communities where those DCLs are being paid, and that there's also going to be off-site public art to the tune of $232,000. Do you see that also playing a role? I just haven't heard from any speaker that is supportive speaking about sort of the extra benefits that will be being paid by the developer that could benefit Chinatown.
Well, as the VCRC in its support of the HAHR proceedings, we had many meetings with staff, and we asked that all DCLs stay in the community, and specifically for things like social housing, things like the heritage buildings, conservation, and so a very narrow range of public benefits that we were asking for.
But you did see in the report that in addition to the 25 units of social housing that BC Housing has confirmed tonight will be for seniors, that there is that amount that the developer is paying in DCLs.
I didn't see that, but I expected it would have been paid yeah.
It would be paid
because
anyways, but it
yes.
would go towards the revitalization in some way of Chinatown.
Yeah, I would have expected to stay in Chinatown for sure, yes.
Okay. I'll just ask staff and follow up with them later about that. I see them making notes, so that's great. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Meggs, questions?
Well, just a quick one, Mr. Tom. I mean, you do have very broad experience here, and struck by your comment that it should be a touchstone for all of the problems faced by Chinatown. Where would you point council to confront those problems? Because we hear a lot of people tonight raising all those other issues that you referred to. What's missing in the city's work that?
Yeah, I know you and Councillor Louis have been working on some sort of tax reform or reform of the assessment process. I think one of the difficulties facing small businesses in Chinatown and citywide, as I suggested, is that small businesses are taxed on the developable price of the land. So I think that's quite a hardship. And if there's any help that council can lead on, I think that would be a big help for our businesses in Chinatown.
Thank you.
Okay, that is all your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Tom. And our next speaker is number 16, Matthew Sue. Is Matthew Sue here? Matthew Sue is not here. That means our next speaker is number 17, Bob Rennie, followed by Jean Swanson. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Bob Rennie. Thank you, Mayor Robertson, Council, for allowing me to speak tonight, and staff and all the speakers that came before me. It's fascinating. I'm here as a private citizen. I'm not a developer, contrary to popular belief. I will continue to use my voice on supply as a real solution to livable, walkable communities and housing, and to affordability, whether it be non-market, family housing, or seniors as rental or ownership. This is only my third time in 42 years in business that I have spoken before Council. I am here as a stakeholder in the Chinatown community. I am the owner of 51 East Pender, the Wing Sang building, the oldest building in Vancouver's Chinatown, built in 1889. We went through a painstaking 4.5-year heritage restoration, which included saving the oldest schoolroom in the city. My family and I wanted to contribute to the Chinatown community by bringing sustainable architectural life, arts and cultural life, and merchant life to the community. Today, the Wing Sang building is home to our offices and the Rennie Museum. We are open to the public free of charge 3 days a week. We have over 900 museum visitors per month that take guided tours, and over 100 students per month that come to tour the art collection and the history of the building. Visitors that also participate with the Chinatown merchants. Our 82 full-time employees and our 130 licensed brokers and all of their clients can be seen at Goldstones on Kiefer for breakfast and at lunch at the Newtown Bakery on Pender. I believe that if we create life on the street, if we create sustainable merchants, we can then create a sustainable Chinatown. We need to bring more body heat to the sidewalks of Chinatown for Chinatown to succeed. Merchants require consumers. When you go home tonight, pull out your iPhones and go to tripadvisor.com, Vancouver, Chinatown. I'm not proud of what I see on there. It is embarrassing. Unfortunately, Musette Cafe at 75 East Pender moved to Burrard Street and its predecessor failed. 2 doors over, the Peking Lounge sits empty. Heritage restaurants sit empty. The herbal shop on the corner, the herbal shop site on the corner of Pender and Columbia just sold for $1.7 million over the asking price. $7.6 million for a 50-foot lot. I pay Victor $75 a day, 5 days a week to wash down our sidewalk on Pender because I want to be a good merchant. I believe that Chinatown is at a fork in the road right now. If I look out 5 years from now, the only way that herbalist can stay is if we bring back a walkable, livable community and fill those vacant storefronts. I want the 25 senior housing units back in the neighborhood that this development offers. Of course, 25 is not enough to solve seniors housing, but it's a start. Of course, the 110 homes are expensive. When there's no supply, housing will be expensive. Of course, the memorial monument should be respected, revered, and enshrined beyond where it is today. We will never satisfy architectural intrusions in a heritage community, but we can protect the heritage buildings, protect that unique scale that will be Chinatown forever. But saying no to housing stock and seniors will not save Chinatown. The herbal shop, that 50-foot lot that just sold for $1.7 million over what they ask, is the real fork in the road. The real risk is that without taking a chance on the BD development is that the lot will sit vacant or a less community-minded developer will come along and the herbalist on Pender Street 5 years from now will become a Money Mart, a check cashing place, or a 7-Eleven, and that is not the Chinatown any of us envision. We need diversity, and diversity includes people that can afford to shop the merchants of Chinatown. Unless we bring more residents to the area and create a community, Chinatown will fail. Do you know why Kitsilano, Commercial Drive, Main Street, Fraser Street, Denman, and even Strathcona communities are sustainable? They all have what really makes a community. They have residents, diverse residents, tenants, and homeowners. Chinatown does require more people walking to work from their home in the morning and walking from work back home, a livable, walkable street with sustainable merchants. If you remember the Olympic Village, it was a ghost town. I said if you have the litter of coffee cups in the plaza, proving there is life in the village, you will end up with a sustainable community. Now we have to risk manage Chinatown by accepting a new model. As a stakeholder, I believe this development will offer more gain than pain to the Chinatown community. Thank you very much. They love me.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and just ask everyone here to please respect whoever is speaking. We owe that to each other. And appreciate you being here. No questions for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next up is Jean Swanson, speaker number 18, followed by Nathaniel Lowe. Welcome. Good evening.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Jean Swanson, speaking with the Carnegie Community Action Project, and I'd first like to acknowledge that we're on the stolen Coast Salish territory of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish people, and thank them for allowing us to be here. I also think it's kind of discriminatory that the Chinese-speaking people didn't get double the time that people that don't get translation get. Anyway, I mostly want to talk about, I urge you to deny the rezoning application, and I mostly want to talk about housing. We have about 1,200 homeless people in the downtown east side, including Chinatown. We have hundreds of seniors who need decent housing. And last year in the downtown east side, a mere 11 units of welfare pension rate housing opened up. Your housing reset report says that 64,000 renters with incomes under 30,000 will need housing by 2026. There's nothing in the staff report that guarantees that even one of these units at 105 will be affordable to seniors who need housing. I'm a senior. My OAS and GIS is $1,400 a month. 30% of 1,400 is, ta-da, 420. It's not 700. It's not 962. This proposal brings up another huge problem with so-called developer-provided housing. Namely, developers don't provide it. In this case, BC Housing is giving BD $7.3 million, or, and someone asked this earlier, $292,000 per unit. And so far, legally speaking, 70% of those units can rent for market rents. And BD gets $155,000 DCL exemption because BC Housing paid $292,000 per unit. It's kind of scandalous if you ask me. The staff report says that this application, if approved, would support and advance the objectives of the housing and homelessness strategy. It might support a very flawed strategy, but it certainly doesn't support homeless people, or even at this point, there's no guarantee that seniors on fixed income will be supported. The staff report also says the application has become a symbol of the struggle in Chinatown, of the Chinatown community. And I would add that it's become a symbol of the struggle between the Chinatown community, which wants to preserve Chinatown for its culture and living human beings, and the city, which seems to want to make Chinatown into another Yale town. The staff are saying it's okay to disregard the overwhelming disapproval of this project in the community because they're reevaluating the Chinatown development policies with the objective of better controlling the form of new development and protecting Chinatown's culture. So why should we trust this new report that's coming up? We call it the Chinatown Revitalization Action Plan. We call it the CRAP. Why should we trust that it will be anything different than what has already destroyed the essence of Chinatown? So this afternoon, probably all the speakers got this little memo, hastily crafted memo, about how staff or council or somebody has now seen the evils of the old Chinatown plan and are changing the new one. So but the thing is, it doesn't even mention in this memo anything, not one word about low-income housing, which is what's desperately needed. We don't need more condos in Chinatown. Just hoping you can honor those Chinese railroad workers and the soldiers in the memorial next to this site how can you honor them? By building a condo project right next to the memorial, a condo project that most of them, if they were alive, couldn't begin to afford. The city has lots of land. Do a trade. Give BD a nice piece of property in a rich neighborhood and let him build a tower on it. Support the Chinatown Concern Group's demands of no market housing on this site, acquiring 105 Kiefer, 100% social housing at shelter and welfare pension rate, and an intergenerational multi-use community space with an emphasis on seniors.
Okay, do you have questions from Councillor DiGenova?
Ms. Swanson, wait. I have a question.
Swanson, you have a question?
I was just waiting for your applause to diminish. So I often see you here speaking in favor of social housing, and it clearly in the report on page 18 states that these will be 25 units of social housing. We heard from BC Housing, from their representative this evening, that those units would be targeted towards seniors, and when I asked if that would also mean that these seniors would, or the nonprofit groups applying would especially be targeted towards Chinese seniors groups, I understood from BC Housing that that was something they were looking into. So I suppose I'm perplexed to see you here speaking not in favor of 25 units of social housing, but do you not feel social housing is needed in this neighborhood?
So we have a thing that we call the Woodwards effect. And what it is Woodwards, we had 536 condos, and then we had about 150 units of social housing. You'd think, oh, we'd be happy to have the social housing. I think 125 of them were at welfare rate. But what happened to the community when Woodwards went in? By 2012, if you look at an area within one block of Woodwards, all the SROs that used to rent at welfare rate were now renting at around 500. So people on welfare couldn't afford them. Fast forward to now, and they're almost all renting at $850 to $1,000 or $1,100. This is called gentrification. This is what happens when you put condos in the middle of a low-income neighborhood. It pushes up property values, it pushes up taxes, It pushes up rents in nearby housing. Okay. So then you say we've got 25 social housing units.
So a question.
Only 1/3 of them have to be at Hills. I looked at the housing agreement that's in your staff report. There's nothing there that says anything about any more of them having to be at a low income. I am a pensioner. I know how much a pensioner gets. I can do the math. I can see the 1/3 or the 30% of $1,400 is $420. It's not $700. It's not $962. So yes, maybe they can have seniors housing there for seniors that can afford $700 a month. A lot of Chinese seniors don't even get the pension that I get because they haven't been here for 40 years, so their pension is way lower. Some of them are just...
I have another question for you. I only have so much time, so I'm wondering also, BC Housing wasn't at liberty, their representative, to tell me how much they were paying the applicant for the housing. So I'm wondering how you seem to know the number for the housing, considering our staff don't even know the number for the housing.
I looked at the BC Housing website when they announced their $500 million for housing prior to the election. They put up a map with those little teardrops and you click on them. And they have it for them all over the whole province, the different sites, and the one for 105 Kiefer said 7.3 million, and I divided that by 25 and got $292,000 per unit.
So this is your interpretation of a map. This isn't confirmed by BC Housing, because I'll be asking staff.
BC Housing says on this website that this $7.3 million is going to be for the site at 105 Kiefer.
Well, I'm not sure when that information was put up. I will ask about that, and thank you very much for your comments.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's your questions. Thank you, Ms. Swanson. And next up is speaker number 19, Nathaniel Lowe, followed by Hayne Y.
Hello, I'm Nathaniel. I would like to request to switch speaker spots with number 63, Ms. Yang Kwang-Ku.
Okay, I think we can, council doesn't have any problem with that. We don't do a lot of switching typically, but anyone okay, have a problem with that? If you guys both wish to switch, so that's speaker 63, Yang Kwang-Ku, okay. Okay, welcome. Will you be using the city translator? Okay.
我Yang Kwang-Ku住喺華埠。
I live in Chinatown.
Yes。咁我今日咧，咁我嚟呢度咧就係個目的咧，就係想要求政府幫忙我哋嘅耆英，又幫忙我哋唐人街發展，保留我哋華埠。
So I'm here to ask the city to help us to keep Chinatown the way.
咁啊，而時咧，我哋嘅呢個溫哥華有一個咁靚嘅華埠，到處嘅旅客嚟到都係參觀我哋嘅華埠。
We have a beautiful Chinatown and there are many visitors.
希望政府能夠盡量保留我哋嘅華埠，同埋嗰啲以前咧嗰啲商店咧，可以幫助佢多少，即係減低啲稅，等要求翻啲老闆翻嚟開翻個唐人店。
Please help us to keep Chinatown or provide subsidy and help to many of the authentic Chinese stores in Chinatown.
我希望咧嗰啲唐人街咧起新樓係應該㗎啦，啲屋好舊啦，不過咧起一。
I understand that there will be new buildings in Chinatown.
咁啊，仲有呢個105嗰度中山公園咧，係我哋嘅華人嗰個最有名個地方。
So the site 105 Kiefer Street is a historic site and it's is famous area in Chinatown.
尤其是咧，我哋依家唐人街有咩喜慶啊、國慶啊。咩活動慶祝啊，冇地方啦已經。
So whenever we have celebrations in Chinatown, we don't have enough space to do that.
咁啊，希望政府可以同買翻嗰塊地，或者幫佢換嗰塊地。
So we hope the city will buy the site or trade in the site.
等我哋得嚟我哋 可以做喜慶時可以活動，同埋
So that
做
it becomes a place where we can hold many celebrations in Chinatown.
講起一個呢個俱樂嗰啲娛樂區啊，老人娛樂區啊。
So we hope that there will be a recreation area for the seniors.
咁而家呢個圖書館呢個離金圖書館嗰度有，但係而家人口老人太多啦，已經。
So the library has some area for that, but there are many seniors in the area, so we don't have enough space for them.
咁希望政府咧盡量幫忙啲，尤其是而家起咗咁多大樓，招咗好多後生嚟住咧，第日慢慢發展咗好多，咁人口太多，咁變咗活動中心比較少咗啦。
So the population probably would continue to increase because of all the new buildings and attracting people who are younger to come to Chinatown, but there is not enough amenities in the area.
希望政府盡量即係嗰啲房屋咧就價錢即係唔好俾佢起咁高，起高我哋老耆英啊，真係唔好一個月啦，好慳㗎啦。
It is actually very difficult for the seniors to afford housing.
我咁講咧，我希望政府盡量嚟幫起落娛樂區俾老人中心玩。
So really hoping the city will look into the possibility of providing an area, a center for the seniors.
等老人佢日頭可以出嚟，大家傾下偈啊，玩下，開心下咁樣
A
咯。
place for the seniors to gather and socialize and to have all kinds of activities.
咁我係咁講咁多，要求咁多，希望政府多謝，希望政
Thank you
府
for
幫助。
listening to my request.
Okay. 多謝。
多謝，多謝. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is speaker number 20, Hain Y. Followed by Arthur Mills, number 21.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Hain Wei. This is the first time I have personally appeared before Council on a rezoning issue. Mind you, I've been here before. 7 years ago, I was here at this Council, joining others to convey opposition to a 30-story tower for Chinatown. Fortunately, City Council, in its wisdom, rejected a 30-story tower for Chinatown. Thank you. My involvement with Chinatown dates back to over 4 decades. I was a member of the Chinatown Historic Area Planning Committee, CHAPAC, in 1974. I was then working for the Strathcona Property Owners and Tenants Association. Strathcona went through 2 phases of urban renewal destruction before it was stopped, in favor of a neighborhood rehabilitation program which was endorsed in 1972 by the federal and provincial governments and the City of Vancouver. City of Vancouver made the right decision. I've been a board member of the Chinese Cultural Center, the Chinese Canadian Historical Society of BC, and the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Garden. Currently, I serve on the advisory committee to the City Historical Discrimination Against Chinese People in Vancouver initiative. Throughout the years, I have joined many organizations and civic departments to promote Chinatown's cultural heritage, its past, and its future. My very first encounter in Chinatown was 1969. I was a UBC student. My brother Joe took me to a community dinner in Chinatown to celebrate the defeat of the Chinatown Freeway, round 1. There were to be several rounds against the Chinatown Freeway. Fortunately, City Council made the right decision, reversed its plans for freeways for Chinatown and for Vancouver. That last remnant of the Chinatown Freeway was the Quebec-Columbia Connector, 1973, which would have poured heavy traffic into Chinatown. On June 12, 1973, I was here, along with many others, to convey to Council our opposition and its impact on Chinatown. Again, City Council made the right decision and rescinded the Quebec-Columbia thoroughfare. 1972, the city proposed a huge one-block mammoth fire hall in Strathcona. And needless to say, Chinatown and Strathcona were not pleased. They challenged that ill-conceived planning proposal. On December the 12th, 1972, there was a major protest parade along Pender Street against the fire hall proposal. And a picture of that. Following the civic election that month, the newly elected city council made the right decision, rescinded the fire hall, and dedicated the lands to social housing. This site became the 120 units of the Mao Down Co-op and seniors housing developed by the Strathcona Property Owners and Tenants Association. Today, after numerous consultations, there is a Chinatown vision proudly adopted by the community and by the city. It states, the future of Chinatown should be a place that tells the history and its physical environment, a place that serves the needs of residents, youth, and visitors, and a hub of social, commercial, and cultural activities. I feel that this 12-story high-rise condo development does not meet the Chinatown vision criteria. It is too high for historic Chinatown. It is too bulky and excessively dense for its location. Its design lacks cultural context in relationship to Chinatown. There's insufficient seniors housing. There's insufficient affordable seniors housing. It adversely impacts the Chinatown Memorial Square, neighboring Chinese Culture Center Museum Complex, and the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Park and Garden. It is incongruent with Chinatown's architectural character. The application does have merit, okay, but not in Chinatown. It is better suited for Yaletown, South Canby, Kitsilano, Olympic Village. Two words best summarizes my thoughts on the rezoning. Missed opportunity. This project could have made a significant contribution to Chinatown, our history, cultural context, history, future. It could have been a catalyst for further Chinatown evolution, which brings back businesses, people, seniors housing, and enhances Chinatown's national historic designation and the city's support for the restoration of Chinatown historic buildings. I would like to conclude with a quote from a well-respected Chinatown visionary and longtime advocate, conveyed to the city. Chinatown requires your leadership to ensure that the developments such as this application, this crucial historic area, serve to build communities first, not just to maximize profits. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Carr, you have questions? Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I have a question. Was that a quote from your brother?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to know, when you said that this is a missed opportunity and you listed a number of goals that this project could achieve, how would you change this project in order to not miss the opportunity to achieve those goals?
I think you have to go back to the planning process. There were goals and objectives in the Chinatown Revitalization Committee. Many people, many groups, councillors as well, went to numerous meetings to develop that vision. Also with the Chinatown Economic Revitalization Report that was released a few years ago. I think when the first submission came in at 12 stories, 13, without any, it was just a shock. I would hope that there would be a process of working with community organizations, with other levels of government to really come up with something that will be that very positive contribution. There are many of us here expressing many views on this. Imagine if we were just the opposite, to say, carry on. So.
Is 9 stories the appropriate height for this site, or is it not?
It could be 9. That was what was agreed upon through consultations with the Historic Area Height Review. And the applicant could have been within 9 stories to come up with something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all your questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Wei. And our next speaker is 21, Arthur Mills, followed by Vincent Ho. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Arthur Mills. I am Vice President of Development for the YWCA of Metro Vancouver. And I am pleased to be here before you this evening in order to support the 25 new social housing units that will be built on this site. Since its inception in 1897, the YWCA of Metro Vancouver has worked tirelessly to achieve women's equality. Today, we are one of the region's largest and most diversified nonprofit organizations. We currently operate 8 supportive housing communities across Metro Vancouver to help women and their children stabilize their lives and connect with the community. Within these communities, 149 affordable non-market rental units are provided to single mothers and their families. And this initiative houses 400 people a year through more partnerships with the private sector, or I should say, and through more partnerships with the private sector, we will continue to grow our housing program. The YWCA is currently partnered with BD Living on a new housing project in Coquitlam to provide 7 affordable 2- and 3-bedroom townhouses for single mothers and their children. And without this partnership with BD, this would not be possible. We also have a couple of other projects on the go with developers. So we continue to explore opportunities across the region to create more safe, affordable housing. And it'll come certainly as no surprise to Council that the need in Chinatown is significant. In lieu of readily accessible government funding, partnerships with the private sector has been a very successful strategy for the Y in securing affordable housing for those in need. Now, we understand that BC Housing will own 25 units at 105 Kiefer and will be looking to the private sector for operation and management. Now, I'm not here to begin the debate around all the aspects of what should happen in Chinatown. What I do know, as we look as an organization at the provision of more social housing units, partnerships, whether it's with a municipality like we've had with the City of Vancouver, or with developers in the private sector, is one way for us to ensure that we can continue to build the social housing units that we know that our clients desperately need. So we ask that you support this proposal and its promise to deliver the 25 social housing units. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you have no questions. Thanks for being here tonight. Next is 22, Vincent Ho. And 23 is withdrawn. So Nicholas Chan will follow. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Vincent Ho. I'm the Vice Chair of the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association. I'm here today to represent the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association to express our support to the rezoning proposal for 105 Kiefer Street. On May the 17th, we have sent a letter to the council and the mayor to express our support. And I'm reading out the letter, which has the reason why we support the project. Dear Mayor and the councillors, the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association writes this to support the rezoning proposal for 105 Kiefer Street. In January 2015, the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association, VCMA, sent a letter to the rezoning planner with copies to the mayor and council, as well as to the proponent, to express its reservations about the rezoning proposal at the time. Instead, we challenged the applicant to reduce the massing and bulk of the building, be more respectful of the context of the site, with its proximity to the Chinatown Memorial, the adjacency to the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Park and Garden, the overlook onto the historic building on Pender Street, owned by the Chinese Benevolent Association and the Chinese Freemason, and the ground level sight lines on entering Chinatown from Quebec Street. Also be respectful of essence Chinatown character, of essential Chinatown character, sorry. Provide significant on-site community benefits over and above city mandate CAC funds that might include utility hookup and storage for community events, public spaces, housing for Chinese seniors. Contribute to economic revitalization by providing well-designed and affordable rental spaces and by encouraging restaurant or food-related businesses. Design a much more diverse unit mix and will include housing for families. Reactivate the lane by providing rental spaces and storefronts that face the lane. Design an outreach program that seeks much more meaningful and coordinated input from the community. With this latest proposal, the VCMA commends the applicant for their persistence and their willingness to reach out to the community. The VCMA feels that the applicant has risen to the challenge and made significant improvements to the original proposal. In particular, the VCMA feels that the addition of the seniors housing, seniors cultural space, and innovative adaptive retail units will contribute to the revitalization of Chinatown and provide a better business environment for our members. The VCMA is pleased to support the latest revision of the rezoning proposal for 105 Kiefer Street, although we echo the Urban Design Panel's suggestion to continue to refine the project design through the development permit process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here tonight. You have no questions. And our next speaker is Nicholas Chan, number 24, followed by Sonia Ng.
Hi, my name is Nick. I'm going to keep this short and concise for the interest of time. I've lived in Vancouver for the last 25 years, and I visited Chinatown with my grandparents growing up. It was an area where they could get the food they wanted, the groceries they wanted, and it was an area where they felt comfortable, a little piece of home. And over those years, I grew to appreciate the culture, I grew to appreciate the people, and I grew to appreciate the area. And it's been, for me, I've enjoyed seeing the positive growth in the area in the last couple of years, and I think that approval of 105 Kiefer continues that growth. It's no surprise that there's an issue of housing affordability in this city, both market housing and low-income housing. We're seeing young people like me who are working hard. We went to university, we got jobs, and we can't afford to buy a home in the city. As well, we're seeing the neediest people in our society struggling to find affordable housing options. Approval of this project won't make an immediate impact on the issue of housing affordability in the city, but what I think it does do is it starts a conversation about density, a conversation about better design, and a conversation about different housing options. I think what it also brings up is the question about how we keep young, talented people in this city. Many people like me, we're in our mid-20s, early 30s, we're working hard, doing it right, and we can't, achieve the goal of home ownership in this city. I think this development creates senior housing as well as the opportunity for many people like me to experience the pride and fulfillment that comes of owning our own homes. The site is currently underutilized, so why not provide additional growth and value to the neighborhood? I understand the opposition to this development, but I think it's also necessary for speakers to voice their approval of this development.
All right, thank you very much for being here to do that. And our next speaker is speaker number 25, Sonia Ng, followed by Stephanie Leo, 26. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Sonia Ng, and I'm a second-generation Chinese Canadian. I have been renting just up the street by International Village from this site in question since 2012. So I'm here today to express my support for the rezoning of 105 Kiefer. So as a child, I spent a lot of time in Chinatown growing up under the partial care of my grandmother, who also lives in the area, while my parents worked in the neighborhood to start their family business that they still run today. So this neighborhood definitely holds a lot of fond memories for me, childhood memories. So in my opinion, it is a waste to see the special corner of Chinatown underutilized and not living up to its full potential. B is designed for market residential housing that we really do need more of in the city, along with senior social housing and a seniors cultural space on the ground floor, is a much better offering to the community in my eyes. Now, as a young adult, I hope to continue enjoying Chinatown and see it progress. With the seniors recreation space going on the ground level, I believe this new space will help generations of all ages come together and to rebuild a sense of community that is now lost in these vacant parking lots. I truly believe we need more people visiting and living in Chinatown and supporting the local shops and services for everyone to learn to appreciate the heritage of Chinatown and help renew its charm. It is a shame that this proposal has been delayed for quite some time, as my grandmother now, who is no longer with us, would have really appreciated all these senior contributions that beauty is providing, and I would have loved to have had the chance to experience it with her. This site is also steps away from the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Gardens as well as the War Memorial Plaza, and I believe that both these spaces could receive so many more deserving visitors and guests if its surroundings were cleaned up and far more welcoming than they are currently. The parking lot at 105 Kiefer is a sight for sore eyes. It's a safety concern and it's barely used since there's a large parkade across the street. The parking lot as it is promotes crime and drug use and is not family friendly at all. I will definitely reconsider starting a family in this neighborhood if the streets and corners are not cleaned up of the needles and left undeveloped. I have heard of so many unfortunate cases of car theft, car break-ins from friends of mine who have parked in and around this area. I believe BD's proposed design is a nice complement to the neighborhood and its existing surroundings, and I believe it will encourage more tourists and visitors to the area and hopefully bring back family-oriented events such as the night market. There's no question, too, that there is a housing supply issue in Vancouver that is contributing to hot housing market and rising prices. As a longtime renter now, I really do hope I will be able to purchase my own home one day. I understand it can't be a single-family home. That's okay. But there has been little pre-sale condo opportunities in Chinatown. I've been following this rezoning application for years in hopes to potentially buy here. And I hope that this project does not delay further so people like me, hardworking individuals, can have some more options of home ownership in the city. So for all these reasons and more, I fully support the rezoning of 105 Kiefer and hope it is approved and look forward to its positive contributions to the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for being here. No questions for you. And our next speaker is Stephanie Leo, 26. Is Stephanie Leo here? No Stephanie Leo. Is Shirley Chan here? There's Shirley. And
Getting slower in my old age.
followed by Ann McMullen.
I really came home today when the senior who was speaking said she was 66. I'm 69. Anyway, Mayor and Council, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you about the rezoning proposal for 105 Kiefer Street. It is, of course, one of the pivotal questions around the future of Chinatown, as I believe that Vancouver's Chinatown is one of our most significant heritage neighborhoods. I grew up and lived in the Chinatown and Strathcona neighborhoods. I guess you could say it's the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. I've already given away my age. And I bought my first home here in the 80s. My family and I fought to save these mutually dependent neighborhoods from demolition and the freeway proposals during the late 60s and early 70s. You heard Hayne talking about how his brother Joe got him involved. Well, we got Joe involved too. We organized our neighbors and we worked in partnership with the Chinatown leaders, of whom my father, Walter, was one. My mother knew everyone, having been a single one-person social service in the community, helping people find housing and jobs and husbands. And she
organize the block captain. That was the approach we used to unite our community, keep it informed, keep everybody aware of what was going on. And the Chinese residents of Strathcona, they worked and shopped daily in Chinatown. We did pedestrian counts of the crossings of Gore Avenue to get to Pender Street to shop. Shoppers don't work that way anymore. You can live in Chinatown, we discovered, and not ever shop in Chinatown. In fact, they just hop in their cars and they go somewhere else. I asked them where they shopped, and they said up at Donald's Market or over at Famous Foods, right? So that was our mistake. We thought that people, if we got more people to live in Chinatown, we'd get more people to shop in Chinatown. Well, growing up, we partied there in Chinatown. We celebrated births there. We had weddings. We had all kinds of other family events. We went to nightclubs there too. I wasn't allowed to go. My parents were partners in the family business at the corner of Pender and Columbia, which was founded by my uncle and maternal grandfather. And my father worked there as a manager. Our Chinatown featured large in the lives of Strathcona residents. And when we were threatened with losing our homes to urban renewal and a freeway system in the 60s and 70s, the community fought back. We lost phases 1 and 2. We lost our neighbors. We lost homes before we succeeded in stopping an unfair and unjust program designed by the city to disperse the Chinese and to build higher density housing and a freeway through the heart of Chinatown. But they're going to beautify it by hanging flower baskets from the bottom. And Vancouver today is freeway free as a result of that fight, as a result of citizens who decided to take on city council, even though we were told by Harry Rankin, who was a champion, that we were too late. It was already decided. We didn't take that for an answer. We were too naive. Well, tragically, it appears we're back to square one, and after 2 massive developments at the corner of Main and Kiefer, our eyes were opened. We realized that the zoning approved by City Council was not designed to save Chinatown, as we had foolishly thought, but it was effectively designed to replace Chinatown as we knew it. There were no incentives to keep the buildings. In fact, the incentive was to tear it down. So the preservation of character was not successful. We'd lost the small storefronts, the mom and pop businesses, the pedestrian-friendly streets. Now they were shrouded in shadows. And we talk about lane reactivation, but I haven't seen too much activity except when I look down at the drug dealing that goes on. The housing and businesses lacked any meaningful link to Chinatown. That's the new developments. Now, a former heritage planner kindly explained and enlightened us by saying that the zoning lacked a cap on FSR because heritage areas didn't usually need them. You know, across the street from Woodwards, you have all these buildings, so the FSR is very low. Our FSR in Chinatown is higher than in Yaletown. 7.4, 7.1, 7.6. I mean, that's not going to preserve the buildings as we know it. And 105 Kiefer is really situated at a hypersensitive corner, a gateway to Chinatown from the south, abutting a memorial honoring fallen soldiers of Chinese descent and railway workers like my great-grandfather. And across from the Cultural Center, and you've heard about the world-renowned Sun Yat-sen Classical Chinese Garden, which backs onto the site. So 25 seniors units of only 8, which are for core need, is not going to be the answer. I do support social housing. I worked for social housing. And so I ask council to do what seems really difficult to do, but you know what? It's not as difficult as 58 West Hastings was. When you approved the development by Concord Pacific, and then you made a swap. I ask you to really think about Chinatown and do the same for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here to speak.
No questions?
No questions for you. Our next speaker is speaker number 28, Ann McMullen. President and CEO of Urban Development Institute, and she's followed by Yuli Chan.
Great,
Good
thank
evening.
you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. As the Mayor said, my name is Ann McMullen, and I am President and CEO of the Urban Development Institute. It's not normal practice for UDI to speak in favor of individual projects. Our focus is mainly on the overarching planning policy and regulatory environment within which our members operate. However, it is important for UDI to be involved in this application because its passage will have wider and positive implications. A lot of hard work was spent on developing the local area plan and Chinatown sub-area plan by the community, the city, and the industry. It's a good plan, and that's why we supported it 6 years ago. The plan also encourages balanced growth in a strategic area of Vancouver, adjacent to the CBD and near rapid transit. People living and working in this neighborhood are more likely to walk, bike, or take transit. It's this type of area where growth should be encouraged while maintaining the unique character and heritage of the community. Much of the implementation of the Chinatown Plan does fall on industry, and in this case, the developer has taken a parking lot and is proposing a project that will add to Chinatown and exceeding the requirements of the area plan. They worked with the city, BC Housing, the community to provide 25 units of social housing, almost a quarter of the 106 units in the project. In addition, the project will also include ground floor space for Chinatown Seniors Culture and Recreation Coalition. I believe very strongly that tonight is a good example of the problems with the public hearing process. We have had numerous planning processes over the last 15 years, including the Chinatown Vision Directions adopted in 2002, the Historic Area HA1A District Schedule, the rezoning policy for Chinatown South HA1A adopted in 2011, the City of Vancouver View Protection Guidelines amended in 2011, the Chinatown Historic Area Height Review adopted in 2011, the Chinatown HA1A Design Guidelines adopted in April 2011, the Chinatown Character and Advice to Developers and Architects, the rezoning policy for higher buildings in Chinatown South adopted in 2011, the Chinatown Neighborhood Plan and Economic Revitalization Strategy adopted in 2012, and the Downtown East Side Local Area Plan adopted in 2014. This area plan was approved by Council after extensive consultation process over several years and with numerous stakeholders and public meetings. The City has approved a great plan that is supposed to provide certainty in the development of this area. It would be difficult for you not to approve something that exceeds your policy. Otherwise, the certainty of other city planning policies will be put into question. This will increase risk and therefore costs of development projects, which will be passed on to tenants and buyers. We believe the better way forward is to update zoning bylaws soon after an area plan has gone through an extensive public consultation and be approved as policy by Council. We again would like to assert our support for this project, but more importantly, the Chinatown sub-area plan. They balance growth with the protection of heritage cultural assets and provided needed public amenities. Thank you.
Thank you. You have questions from Councillor Carr.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you very much coming tonight. Mm-hmm. My question, I know that you're very, you follow the policies and the processes that have gone on in affecting development in an area. So in 2020, just a second, I'm going to get my notes. I'm sorry, I've got too many notes on this page already. In the review of the rezoning policy for Chinatown South in April of 2011, the city agreed to conduct a social impact study, and staff reported on that. But the interesting thing for me is that that's not yet come to council. So do you think we should be proceeding with this when council originally said we should not be proceeding with rezonings until this report has been completed?
Well, there have, I think as you outlined in the years, there's been an extensive amount of consultation, an enormous amount of staff time, and I think taking all of these things...
...of development.
How many throughout the Lower Mainland?
No, I'm only a city councillor here in Vancouver, so that's my concern is here.
Regional wasn't
Yeah.
for you. Yes.
Yeah,
How
no.
many? I couldn't tell you how many social impact statements. I wouldn't be able to.
It's interesting because I think this is the only one that's come forward for this particular.
Struggle of Indigenous people and to honor their struggle for land and social justice, which affects all of us. I'm a community organizer with the Chinatown Action Group, and we are a grassroots organization that formed in 2015 to organize and empower low-income residents in Chinatown. Our shared vision is that for 105 Kiefer, and that is now apparent within the overall revitalization strategy for Chinatown, is in fact the biggest threat to the loss of culture in Chinatown. Mayor and council, I urge you to stand on the side of the low-income residents, especially the seniors, most of whom cost of living and the ability to sustain their livelihoods has been very difficult. The third thing has to do with issues of safety in the community. The issue of safety is very complex in the downtown east side and in Chinatown. But what we heard from the residents is that the biggest threat...
Revitalization and inclusion are mutually exclusive. In fact, I don't want to live here long-term if it means it's displacing low-income residents. I want real diversity, not a buzzword for bringing in more upper-income residents who don't want anything to do with their low-income neighbors. Approving the rezoning of one of...
Project includes a high number of 2 or 3 bedroom units. I'm a mom of 1 child so far, and it's pretty hard to find big units, especially downtown. Now I can't drive because I had a stroke, and I'd rather not.
And what we must do for Chinatown. I'm here tonight to support the Kiefer 105 project. As you likely know, our coalition will be one of the major users of the 12,000 square feet cultural center.
If you could just wrap up and
okay,
you
so
have a
I'll
question
just speak
coming.
up a little bit, okay?
Just need a one
my
sentence
time
and
is
then
up
you have
already?
questions. What's that?
My time is up?
Your time's up.
Oh, okay.
But you have questions.
Okay.
First from Councillor DiGenova.
Councillor?
Councillor DiGenova.
Hi, thank you very much for coming and for sharing that other seniors came. I know that it's difficult to stay all evening long. You had talked about some of the support for more social housing for seniors in the neighborhood. We had heard from a number of different organizations, groups, and individuals tonight that it's not enough housing, that 25 units of social housing is not enough for seniors and that it might not be affordable enough. Do you know of any $700 units currently in Chinatown that are affordable for seniors that are available?
Most of our members depend on the GIS. So when they are applying to the social housing, they need to pay about 30% of their income, for the rent. So let's say if they are getting a $1,200, they spend about $400 for the rent. They have about $80 in their pocket to spend. Okay, so you are talking about low-income seniors. Mm-hmm. So low-income seniors usually their income is about $1,200, $1,400 the maximum. But still, after paying 1/3 for the rental, they still have some money in the pocket to take care of their basic needs. Yeah.
And do you feel that this is enough social housing? We've heard from others that it might not be enough. And we heard from the representative of Chapac that they didn't think that it was going to be for seniors.
By far, it's not enough because we have seniors waiting for 3 years in line, waiting for the affordable housing. Far not enough. Okay, if any building have 25 units, every building has 25 units, that's a good time. It's a good number, to add to the affordable housing for senior low income. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you taking the time to come here and explain your position. So my understanding is that you are supportive of the project and that one of the things that's very important to you and then many people that are part of the group that you represent are in favor of the activity space, the seniors or cultural activity space, within the proposed building. Staff have made it clear that the rent for that space is to be negotiated between the coalition of 12 groups that you represent and the applicant. So we don't know yet, or you don't know yet, what the rent will be. Is that okay?
But we do know that we are going to pay half of the rent at the market rate.
It'll be half the market rate. So you do know.
That's our
Okay.
understanding, yeah.
Yeah, that's your understanding. Okay. I'll ask the applicant that question at the, when there's the next opportunity to do that. Have you at all approached the Chinese Cultural Center across the street with a request to negotiate with you around the rent there?
Okay. And I don't want to set that thing about, any organization, but the fact proves that CCC, Chinese Cultural Center, are not friendly to seniors. And the senior not-for-profit organization is not affordable to rent space in CCC for, let's say, for opera, Cantonese opera show, and things like that. They charge quite a bit of money and become unaffordable to most of the not-for-profit small organizations.
Can I assume by your response to my question that you have not talked with them about this?
We have not talked to them, but they have posted the charges rate. Okay, let's say the David Lamb's Hall, they charge the basic rental of $1,200, and plus other expenses. So the final bill could possibly come to $1,700 to $1,800 for per performance, per show, a one-day show. Yeah. So we are thinking of that. In Chinatown, we are really in lack of the performance space in addition to CCC. So we are looking for a space that's affordable, okay, other than CCC, but has been very difficult and very unsuccessful. Yeah.
Right. That $1,700 a rate per show, how does that compare? I mean, that is a community cultural center, I mean, city community center. How would that rate compare to the commercial rate? You said that you're expecting to pay half of commercial rate. Is commercial rate greater than, or how much greater than the
Commercial rate,
Cultural
we
Center?
can tell right now because I don't know, after probably even this project is approved, it will take 3 years to build. I cannot anticipate what the market rate will be after 3 years. But what we do know is we pay half of the market rate. Okay, that is quite favorable to us, because we cannot find any others. Okay. We have been talking to Sunwha Building, the Artscape, okay, and they have accepted us as tenant, but so far we are waiting for their offering our term and condition. So we are waiting for that. Because even the project is approved, we have to wait 2 to 3 years in order we can move in. So we are finding a temporary space.
Okay.
Right now, yeah.
So if you're talking with Artscape, would a satisfactory outcome in terms of being able to use their space, would that mean that you would not need the space at 105 Kiefer?
Well, no, we use the Sunwha Building as a temporary office for our coalition steering committee to plan for the setting up of the Chinatown Senior Center.
The proposed one at
Multicultural
105.
Center, for all the not-for-profit organization. We have 12 of them joining our coalition. There are more, want to join.
Okay, that's your time, Councillor Carr. Councillor Reimer, questions?
Okay.
Mr. Zito, I was going to ask you about Mr. Zito.
Mr. Zito, you have more questions.
Sorry, most of it was already asked. Hi, Mr. Cito. It was regarding the Sunhua Center. So you've put an offer in on that. You haven't heard back. Can you give us a sense of what the cost would be relative to what you might look at in this development?
Well, sorry, I didn't catch it. Sorry.
So you put an offer into Artscape for the Sunhua Center, and is it affordable space for you?
Yeah, they are charging from $2 to $1.50 per foot per month. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
That is quite affordable, but we want to have a space that is totally under our management. But Artscape is going to be like something like subdivided leasing, and quite restricted. There are a lot of rules restricting our activity, because everything has to be approved by them before we can have any event or activity, something like that. I don't know, but I'm waiting for the term and condition offered by the Artscape. I'm still waiting, but so far I hear nothing yet.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
And you have one more question, Mr. Zito, from Councillor Jang.
Sorry.
Thanks for coming, Mr. Zito. I know that in the past you and I have talked about the CCC and renting space there, and sort of following up on Councillor Carr's question, have you actually asked a discount from the Chinese Cultural Center for the performances?
Yeah, I asked for a not-for-profit. That was about a couple of years ago, not recently. Recently, I've never been using the CCC, and I did ask for a discount. They said not-for-profit organization is 10% discount.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
10%,
that's not affordable.
That was about 2 years ago.
Okay, and so that only knocks a little bit off that roughly $1,500.
Not for our small not-for-profit organization anyway.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zito, for being here. And we looks like we'll have our last speaker will be Harold Lavender. Is Harold Lavender here?
Hi. Sorry.
Oh, we're all finished with your...
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Is Harold Lavender here? Haven't seen Harold, so that means that Andrew Lau will be the last speaker before we wrap up for the night. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. I am Andrew Lau. I serve on the Board of Directors of the Chinese Cultural Center as Board Secretary and Chair of the Constitution Committee. I also serve as Vice Chair of the Chinatown Historic Area Planning Committee. My profession is the practice of law. I stand before you as all these things, but most importantly, I stand before you as a concerned citizen. The application for rezoning ought to be rejected on several grounds. I refer to City of Vancouver's rezoning policy for Chinatown South HA1A. Clause 6A of the rezoning policy for HA1A states that the project should, quote, respect historic Chinatown in terms of adjacent architectural scale, orientation, massing, details, and material, close quote. What this clause entails is that the project must fit in with the rest of historic Chinatown in terms of its size, massing, and appearance. With a height of 118 feet and 149-foot frontage, the project does not respect adjacent architectural scale or orientation or massing. The project dwarfs the Sun at Sun Gardens, the Chinese Cultural Center, and surrounding buildings. Most importantly, the project dwarfs the monument to Chinese Canadians. The project is simply out of context with the Chinatown neighborhood. As such, the project is not in accordance with Clause 6A of the city's rezoning policy. Moreover, Clause 6B of the rezoning policy states, quote, the recommended development site frontage for rezoning to height above the zoned maximum 90 feet is 75 feet to 125 feet, close quote. What this clause means is that where a project exceeds 90 feet, frontages ought to be limited to 75 to 125 feet. The project does not abide by Clause 6B. The frontage of the project on Columbia Street is 149 feet. This is well in excess of the figures specified in Clause 6B of the HA1A rezoning policy. Now, although Clause 6B is a recommendation and not stated as a mandatory requirement, due to the cultural importance of this location, Clause 6B ought to be applied by Council without deviation. Council ought not to be permitting massing in excess of the rezoning policy recommendations in the heart of Chinatown. After all, the site lies right next to the monument to Chinese Canadians. The site lies next to hallowed ground. This monument is sacred to the Chinese. The monument stands for the courageous Chinese veterans who fought and died for this nation, despite the unfortunate fact that the Chinese Exclusion Act was enforced during their tour of duty. They fought despite being marginalized and denied the right to vote in the hopes that Canada would grant Chinese Canadians equality. For Chinese Canadians, the price of equality was death. Chinese Canadians have the ability to participate in the democratic process today because of the veterans' heroism, and the monument stands for this. The monument also stands for the brave railway workers who sacrificed life and limb to build this nation's infrastructure. Operations that were deemed too dangerous for other Canadians were tasked to the Chinese. Canada was built on the railroad, and it was built through the sacrifice of Chinese. And the Chinese built the railroad under the shadow of the Chinese head tax. The monument stands today as a testament to their bravery and service to our nation. In light of this, I implore Council to respect what the monument stands for and abide by Clause 6B of the rezoning policy, calling for a limitation in frontage size. As well, I implore Council to apply Clause 6A to respect Chinatown's surrounding scale and massing expression. I ask Council to do this out of respect for the monument and out of respect for the loyal service of Chinese Canadians who sacrificed for the betterment of our nation. Tomorrow, the city will be hosting a forum on historic racism against Chinese people. The city promises reconciliation with Chinese Canadians. I ask that Council follow through on that promise with action. I ask that Council vote with your conscience and reject this rezoning application. Thank you to Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much. Okay. And that is all. So thanks again to all of our speakers for being here tonight, and staff and applicant teams. Sorry. I've got Councillor Reimer has just bumped on, but we're finished with speakers for this evening. Councillor Reimer, did you have a question? Councillor Reimer.
And I apologize, you may have covered this off at the beginning. If we do have questions for staff, do you want us to save them all to the end of the hearing, or can we email them as we go?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that if council has questions, they could email them to staff in advance of Thursday evening's public hearing.
And which staff members should we email to? Karen Hoza, okay.
Karen Hoza, okay. So everyone knows if you want to pose questions, and staff can, we can begin on Thursday with a quick summary of answers to those questions. And that means for tonight, we are about to recess. We will be back here for the public hearing to continue on Thursday night at 6 p.m. and we'll be picking up with speaker number 36. That's Sunny Wong, and carrying on from there. And we will know on Thursday evening whether we need Friday evening at 6 o'clock. But Thursday we'll be going from 6 to 11 is the plan at this point. Oh, is it 5 o'clock? On Friday. If we need Friday, it's at 5 o'clock. So we are now recessed in this public hearing, and we'll see everyone back here Thursday night at 6 p.m. Thanks.